the Coul Links inquiry on what is scheduled to be the penultimate day of the proceedings. When we broke yesterday afternoon, we were most of the way through Miss Wilson's cross-examination of Dr. Dargy, who, as you know, is giving evidence for not Coul on natural heritage issues. We're due to complete the evidence of Dr. Dargy this morning, and then we'll be returning to the evidence on the socioeconomic impact of the proposals. Firstly, by hearing from Mr. Good on behalf of the applicant, and then Mr. Westbrook on behalf of not Coul. On the assumption we get through those witnesses today, as things stand, that would leave for tomorrow, the final day, we'd be hearing from Councillor McGillivray, Mrs. Duhigg for not Coul, Mr. Mackay of Scotways, and Mr. Haspel if required. I've not missed anyone in that list, have I? I think that's everyone. And once we've completed the evidence for that session of the inquiry, we'll then have what I would imagine will be quite a short but useful hearing session on the conditions that would be attached in the event that Scottish ministers approve the scheme. So that will be a round table session. We'll change the furniture to convey that, which we will chair, and we will be looking at each of the conditions in turn insofar as there might be any uncertainty as to what the parties are intending. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we resume this morning?
Just related to the conditions session, so are you intending to give us any notice of particular points that you might want us to respond on?
No would be the short answer. The only questions we'll have will arise directly out of the material that's been presented to us, which has been conveniently placed into a table which contains the original condition as suggested by the Council, and then the views of the consultees where they differ, a revised condition if that's proposed, and a commentary provided by the applicant. So what we'll do is just pick up on any points in that table that we're not clear of and deal with that, and also there will clearly be opportunities for the other parties to raise matters as we run through the conditions, but it'll be a fairly focused business-like session would be our intention. Okay, in that case I'll ask you then, Ms. Wilson, to resume your cross-examination of Dr. Dargy.
Good morning, Dr. Dargy.
Good morning, Ms. Wilson.
Could you have, please, your inquiry report?
I have that.
And if you could go to page 8.
Yes.
Paragraph 26, where you refer to the conceptual site models. You say that obviously the conceptual site model of hydrology is a required information element. Now from that, I think we touched on this yesterday, it would appear that you accept that what SEPA is looking for is a conceptual site model of hydrology, not a conceptual eco-hydrology model.
Yes, I'd accept that point.
Have you ever known of a conceptual eco-hydrology model being used before for the purposes of understanding groundwater?
I haven't come across this before.
And you go on to say, I'm not satisfied with the two conceptual site model versions developed by the applicant. Before this inquiry, what we're concerned about is the revised CSM, isn't it?
I'm not quite sure what the status of the revised CSM is within the inquiry. It's been brought to the inquiry within the evidence of not cool.
Well, we know that because it was one of your many freedom of information requests carried out on behalf of Not Cool against the statutory consultees, wasn't it?
Yes.
And we also know from the correspondence that it was with CIPA because of the car licensing process.
That's correct.
And you told us yesterday towards the end of your cross-examination that you have no experience of the car licensing process.
That's correct.
But insofar as you, in this part of your evidence, challenge the CSM and suggest to the inquiry that instead they should place greater weight on your own ecological model, what we should be comparing or considering in contrast to your own model is the revised CSM that's currently part of the application process for a car licence.
Yes, I think that's the position. Remember that my challenge is based mainly on the grounds that we have a model which has been developed outside the SSSI. We have 4 boreholes providing most of the information, with 2 supplementary boreholes that were done last year, I think. None of these points are located within the SSSI. We have, therefore, very limited information of the hydrology within the SSSI.
Well, you did agree with me yesterday that in accordance with UK TAG, it's the water supplies out with the SSSI that's relevant. Well, you've got that in your own documents. Perhaps we'll just look at that. If you bear with me for a moment. Could you have NC 109, please, in front of you? Yes, if you just let me check that number. I'm sure it is. Yes, it's 109. Now, you've produced this as part of your own documents, but are you familiar with it?
I am.
Could you turn to, there's no page numbers on this, could you turn to the paragraph immediately above the heading 6.2, Site-Specific Investigations? It's about to the 5th page in. Now, this is specific to quality, but do we note in connection with quality that it said it is important to understand that these nitrate and phosphate concentrations were measured in groundwater that is feeding the wetland and are not measured within the wetland itself?
Yes, I understand that point.
And the same point would apply equally to the question of quantity, wouldn't it? If the supply is out with, then you're examining the nature of that supply that's feeding these GWTDEs.
Yes, I understand that point, but some of the supply may well be within the SSSI.
Well, that's your theory.
That's correct.
And although you say that some of the supply may be within, not Coul, I yourself, you don't have any information either within or out with the SSSI.
We do have information from within the SSSI. If you go to the not Coul production in May, there is information in there on nitrate content from a number of sampling points within the SSSI, and some of those were taken from springs. Yep. Some of those were taken from springs issuing from groundwater within the SSSI.
Well, I'm not discussing with you quality at the moment, I'm discussing with you quantity. So far as quantity is concerned, you don't have any information within or out with the SSSI.
No, that's correct. I have no information of my own from below ground level.
And also one of the boreholes is located within the SSSI, that's MW2.
That's incorrect. It's 8 metres outside.
It's also known as MWSSI.
It's labelled as that, but I have checked with my differential GPS, accurate to 3 centimetres, and it's 8 metres outside.
Well, most of our disputes in relation to your evidence centre around conclusions you reach based upon your use of GPS. So I'm not going to bother at this point in time taking up with you whether you're correct, but it's the evidence of Dr. Bowie, that it is within the SSSI.
The instrument I use was validated by Professor Pai on your side as the most accurate information available.
I think he was discussing the instrument. I don't think he in any way verified your use of it.
No comment.
So, developing a hydrological model correctly, it's the case, is it not, that you need to know and have information on the whole catchment and not just a small and localised part, such as the SSSI. You're looking at the whole catchment.
We're dealing with a very, very large catchment here. I don't think even Dr. Bowie has done that.
So is that yes to my answer, to my question? You have to look at the whole catchment.
Yes, I would accept that. It's a basic concept in hydrology.
And you don't have such a hydrological model of your own to challenge the SCM that's been produced by the applicants?
No, I don't.
All we have from you in relation to the applicant's SCM is your critique of it.
My?
Critique of it.
Yes.
And like all of your critiques of the applicant's information, it's overwhelmingly negative and nitpicky, is it not?
It is a thorough critique.
Many of your points are nitpicky points, aren't they?
Nitpicking points.
Points.
No, I don't consider them to be nitpicking points.
Well, there's a very clear example with respect, Dr. Darby. Look at your inquiry report. Page 8, first bullet point, under reference to Volume 1 of the SCM. You might want to have your document the appendix to your inquiry report in front of you. I think it's actually perhaps in the version of the CSM that you produced from your FOI recovery, NC-106, if we can have them, both of them available. NC-106 and also his appendices or annexes to his inquiry report. Annex 1.
That's NC 138B, is that right?
Which one? It's loaded now, thank you.
I'm just finding an electronic page for you. Page 96 of the document, if you could turn to that, of NC 106, thanks.
Where are the page numbers? The document doesn't have any page numbers, I'm afraid, in this area.
That's in Dr. Dargy's document, but the one in NC 106, this one, I don't think it's at the back of it.
I think you have to go back down. Okay.
You're right, I'm getting confused here. If we look at 138B, the second last page is the revised conceptual site model. And that's Annex A, Figure 2. Is that the same one that you're looking at, Ms. Wilson, but in another form?
This is the one that's the reverse mirror image.
Oh, the reverse mirror image.
Which is in the NC 106 document.
So why are we looking at the mirror image?
I'm just about to put a question to that.
Okay.
You want the reverse mirror image?
Yes. Dr. Dargy, on page 8 of your inquiry report, toward the end of the first bullet point, you say the revised CSM is lodged formally with SEPA as a public register copy. Now that is, for clarity, NC 106 that you're referring to.
That's correct.
and we can see on the top of that document, it's printed across public register copy. It is shown as an inverted mirror image upside down, and that's what we're looking at on the page that we've now identified.
Yes.
And then you say it is uninterpretable unless manipulated. Now, what I'm putting to you is that this is a clear example of you criticizing the CSM on points of no substance whatsoever.
I cannot interpret that diagram in its format. It's not a nitpicking comment.
Well, there are 2 points that follow from that answer. First of all, do you seriously suggest to the reporters that they should doubt the validity and usefulness of the CSM because of this reverse image in the report?
No, that's the reason why I included the correct version of it within my own evidence.
So it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant, that point.
Anybody else going to the report would not be able to interpret it. They have to come to my evidence to understand.
Dr. Dargy, that is just ridiculous that the reporters should place some weight on this comment by you that there's a weakness in the report because you can't interpret it. First of all, you don't begin to acknowledge that it's the responsibility of SEPA as to how they put things on the public register. That's not down to the applicant. It's not down to Stuart Burke Associates. It's SEPA who put it on the public register like this, isn't it?
I understand that's where the fault would come if you're dealing, for instance, with an A3 piece of paper within a report submitted as mainly A4. But it should still be there for any member of the public who goes to it.
Well, that's irrelevant to this inquiry. Can we look at no, he can comment on it if he wants. Dr. Dargy, your view is irrelevant on this point to this inquiry, isn't it?
I consider it relevant to the inquiry.
Well, I would suggest that that demonstrates the small-mindedness of your approach to critiquing the CSM, doesn't it?
I think it's a very important point in the context of any member of the public going for this information.
Well, I would suggest to you, because this will be within the submissions and I'm putting it to you out of fairness today, this is a clear example of poor professional judgment on your part.
It's an example of professional judgment showing that information relevant to the inquiry has not been presented clearly.
May I remind you of your obligations under the Code of Conduct that we went over yesterday, that it's part of your professional obligations to give careful consideration to the relevance of your evidence, isn't it?
It is.
And it's also part of your professional obligations to exercise proportionality.
Yes.
I would suggest you've breached both of those obligations in bringing before this inquiry this small-minded, petty point.
It's not small-minded, it's not petty. I have been professional.
Well, as I say, that will feature in the submissions on behalf of the applicant. Now, if we can look, please, at the figure that's in your own evidence. What we have here is a figure that's easily interpretable.
Which figure are we dealing with here?
Annex 1, Figure 2.
Yes.
And as we see from your own heading and description of this figure, it's the same figure that's part of the car license.
That's correct.
And this figure is more than capable of being interpreted.
Yes.
And what it shows is that Dr. Bowie confirmed in his evidence is that there are two separate and, importantly, not interconnected groundwater regimes that feed this SSSI.
Yes, that's the model which Dr. Bowie has produced.
But that's what it demonstrates.
Yes.
Now, the blue shaded area between the two dotted lines that we see is the weathered rock head. Do you understand that?
Can you
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, the blue shaded area between two dotted lines is the weathered rock head that was discussed by Dr. Bowie.
Can you repeat your name for the term, for what's between the two dotted lines?
The weathered rock head. Sorry, bedrock.
It is within bedrock, yes.
And essentially, the function that that's performing is to separate out the soils and the rock.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The function that it is performing is to separate the soils from the rock. It's essentially defining where rockhead is occurring. And above that are the soils. Is that not right?
I'm confused about the dotted lines, the dashed lines which you're talking about. The first one which you gave to me was an area of blue with boundaries of dash lines, and then higher up we have another dash line with brown materials with a brown shading above it, and then we have a continuous line.
What this is showing, or what is intended to show, is where there is where there is, I'm probably not expressing this very well, the separation between the shallow soils, which is the upper layer, and the rocks, which is below that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one clarification, please, on soil and bedrock? We have not mentioned yet that there may well be glacial till in this area, and that itself is a parent material for soil. But soil itself is simply the superficial layer above the parent material, the glacial till. But it's not bedrock.
And what we have are the shallow groundwaters within the superficial soils.
That's correct.
And we have the deep groundwater regimes within the underlying confined bedrock aquifer. Yes.
That is Dr. Bowie's model.
I'm sorry?
That is Dr. Bowie's model.
That is Dr. Bowie's interpretation of the geology.
His diagram is a conceptual site model, so his interpretation is part of the model.
His interpretation of the geology is part of the model.
Yes.
And of course, that's entirely within his area of expertise to interpret geology.
That's correct.
And not yours.
That's correct.
So, as he's told us in his evidence, the conclusions that he draws is that the finite, what he describes as the finite water resource for the dune slacks, recharged from this shallow groundwater regime.
Yes, that is what Dr. Bowie concludes.
The expression of that within the dune slacks is seasonal.
Yes.
And not only that, it's wholly linked and influenced by surface water recharge.
Yes, surface water is an important component.
And Dr. Bowie's position is that it's predominantly rainfall that's involved in the recharging, i.e. the surface water.
Yes.
And for that reason, he concludes that by drawing waters from the deep aquifer for the purposes of irrigation, the irrigation of the golf course will not impact upon the water supply to the dune slags. That's his reasoning, isn't it?
It is.
And whether that conclusion is right or wrong depends upon an understanding and interpretation of the geology, first of all,
Yes.
and separately the hydrological mechanisms.
Can you define what you mean by hydrological mechanisms? Are we talking of wet mechs?
Put simply, you need to understand how the two groundwater regimes operate.
That's the basis of Dr. Bowie's model.
So is the answer to the question yes?
Yes, and I have that within my model too.
But you're neither a hydrologist nor a geologist.
I'm an eco-hydrologist and ecologist.
The other information that's available to Dr. Bowie to assist him in the understanding of the geology is that he has drilling logs available to him and has made use of those drilling logs.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to suggest that you keep your microphones on throughout.
Thank you, sir.
So she comes through more clearly when my microphone is turned off. My apologies.
Now, I would suggest to you that your eco-hydrological model is more representative of poor science than good science.
I would dispute that.
You agreed with me earlier at the beginning of this line of cross-examination that you have never before seen this eco-hydrology model being devised or used.
I'm familiar with other work which has been done on the eco-hydrology of dunes. Here we have an interface between an eco-hydrological model which will be applicable to many sites away from the coast, but here we have sand dunes abutting onto the old red sandstones and the glacial till overlying it. So we need to understand the way in which the hydrology changes and moving from one to the other. And that means that you may have to use a combination of two models, the Bowie approach, and then we have the eco-hydrological models which are within the work produced by Davey and others, and which is also included within Dr. Bowie's inquiry report.
As I understand it from Dr. Bowie, glacial till is not present within the SSSI.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
As I understand it from, I think if you follow Mr. Brown's advice and just leave your microphone on.
It comes through clearly when I turn off.
Oh, I see, okay.
Dr. Dargy is somewhat hard of hearing, as am
Okay,
I.
that's fine.
It's much easier to hear you if they're off.
As I understand it from Dr. Bowie, glacial till is not present within the SSSI.
That is correct.
Just give me a moment, please. Now, Dr. McMullen was asked during his cross-examination by my learned friend Mr. Campbell whether he accepted, in general terms, that vegetation and the appearance of vegetation could be used, together with the presence of particular species of vegetation, for the purposes of forming some view as to the likely water regime and perhaps quality. Do you recall that?
Yes, it was discussed in relation to the zonation concept.
The recollection on this side of the room is that it was just the principle that was put to Dr. McMullen rather than validation of your zonation effect. But essentially, that is the relevance of ecohydrology, isn't it? You use vegetation for the purposes of forming some understanding of perhaps both water quality and quantity in a broad sense.
Yes, I do.
And that is an established practice, but it's not an established scientific practice to use it for the purposes of creating a hydrology model and coming up with the domed aquifer theory that you've come up with.
Without boring being made within the SSSI, or observations of water levels within the SSI using a series of what we call dip wells, you cannot develop. I am unable to develop anything, let's say a body of evidence which would confirm or modify or deny what I've revealed via my ecohydrological modelling.
Well, I would suggest that all you've revealed is that you've come up with a hypothesis and then you've looked around for some evidence to justify that hypothesis.
It's not a fair question at all, if I may say so, and I object to it. The witness has given a clear account of his use of ecohydrological technique. He hasn't expressed it as coming up with a theory and then working towards a conclusion that he had predetermined, which is the thrust of your question. He explained very well what his model was, how he developed it, and how he applied it. It's a matter for submission at the end of the day whether it has weight and value, but that is not for now in my respectful view. So the question is unfair for that reason. I object to it.
My learned friend is misunderstanding the purpose of cross-examination. The purpose of cross-examination is to characterize the witness's evidence in an alternative way. It's not based upon repeating the witness's evidence. And out of fairness, I'm putting it to the witness that a true characterization of his evidence on this matter is that he has done no more than come up with a hypothesis and then looked for different sources of evidence to justify it. And I think that's a perfectly fair question, and in fact it would be unfair if I didn't put it to him.
I'm assuming that you're putting a point, Ms. Wilson, that you are potentially going to return to in closing submission, in which case it does seem appropriate to test the point now before the witness, in fairness.
to repeat the question. The applicant is characterising your evidence on ecohydrology as no more than a hypothesis with pieces of evidence that you put before the inquiry to justify that hypothesis.
I would agree that without having further observations in relation to what is happening to the hydrology beneath the ground level, it is a hypothesis. But this is the way in which science operates. You develop a hypothesis and then you test it. I cannot go to the next phase of testing because I would have no permissions to do the work.
So if you accept that you haven't been able to go to the next step of getting clear scientific evidence to demonstrate the conclusions that you draw from your model, then you can't say, as you do in your report at paragraph 156, that it's very successful. Your conclusion at paragraph 156 is that this stepwise development of a conceptual site model explaining Coul ecohydrology has been very successful.
My apologies, but my paragraph 56 seems to be dealing with the 156. My apologies. I consider it successful from the point that when I assemble everything, I haven't got any pieces of information which don't fit my model. What is on the surface corresponds to the nature of the groundwater surface which is generated.
I would suggest that you haven't considered all the information, that you've been very selective in the information that you put forward in support of your hypothesis.
3,800 points is not selective.
Before we look at whether that's a valid basis upon which to construct this model, going back to one of your earlier answers, you seem to be accepting that you need to have geological and hydrological information from within the Coul-SI to validate your own model.
I agree with that, and I thought that this was what SNH was asking for within its scoping advice when it wanted more detail on the subsurface hydrology of the SSSI, and that has not been provided.
Well, that's a separate issue. We're looking at your model. Is it correct to take from that last answer that your domed aquifer requires still to be validated through geological and hydrological investigation?
Yes, as a scientist, it must be validated by information on where the water table is and the water table surface via boreholes.
we can set aside on the basis of your acceptance as to the need for validation issues related to the domed aquifer. And if we can go to another theory that you have, and that relates to, if I can just find it, in your precognition, your claims in respect of an increase in level in the aquifer, and that is at paragraph 21.
Yes, I have that.
Now this is where we have the 3,800 points that you've discussed in your evidence. What you call the wetland habitat zonation. Just before I ask you about this, am I correct to understand that these 3,800 points is the basis of this part of your evidence?
It is.
And what you were seeking to do was to establish and identify zonation differences between 1994 and 2008 to 19.
This is my interpretation of what I call the residual values, which were produced after the water table surface model was generated. I then go back to the range of NVC types that were recorded in 1994. Within the residuals, I identified the habitat which was lowest in the zonation sequence, and we now have at Coul new types of wetland which are even lower. On the basis of that and on the residual values of about 0.18 meters, this is the amount of change which might have occurred to the water table.
You say there, which might have occurred, is that again an acknowledgement that this is a hypothesis?
That's correct.
So this suggestion of an increase in the aquifer level of 18 centimetres over that period is the basis upon which you then go on to predict significant percentages of habitat loss within the SSSI, isn't it?
Projecting forward into the future, yes.
We see in the last bullet point on page 6 that you cautiously estimate 3.9% of EU priority habitats. Page 6 of your precognition.
Yes.
Will be lost over the next 20 years, you say?
That is my estimate of an indirect effect arising from irrigation of the golf course.
But there's something of a conflict in the language used there. Cautiously estimating something doesn't entitle you to come to a firm conclusion, which is suggested by the use of will be lost. No, that should be changed to not to may be lost.
I'd be willing to accept that because we're dealing here with indirect impacts which the applicant has not provided to the inquiry and which SNH felt it was unable to bring to the inquiry because it is quite a complex subject. But it is required under CIEM guidelines. Indirect impacts should be included within the environmental statement, and it was promised within the early scoping report which the applicant produced.
Well, I would suggest this criticism stems from your lack of understanding about the EIA process and proper understanding of the CIEM guidance. It's likely significant effects that should be reported in an environmental statement, isn't it?
Unless you do an investigation into indirect impacts, then you will not be able to assess their likely significance.
Well, that's the whole premise of scoping out. You can form a preliminary view as to the likelihood of something being a significant effect.
There is no statement there is no mention in the environmental statement that indirect effects have been scoped out.
So is it your belief that scoping relates only to direct impacts?
CIM guidance requires direct impacts and indirect impacts.
Well, I don't know whether you're deliberately misunderstanding me or you genuinely don't understand the point I'm putting to you. But whether it's direct or whether it's indirect, it's likely significant effects that require to be reported within the ES, isn't it?
But if you ignore the indirect effects, then you can't report them.
Could you have APP 2.4, please, the CIEM guidance? Page 22 that I'm going to.
Did you say 22, did you say?
Okay.
Now, I think you accept that this guidance is relevant to the preparation of the environmental statement. It's referred to in your own evidence.
Yes.
And do we see in paragraph 5.6 that the guidance given by CIEM is that there could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant. See 5.25, which we'll go to in a minute. Impacts that are either unlikely to occur, or if they did occur, are unlikely.
Sorry, I think you're looking at a different paragraph to the one that you cited there. Is it 5.8 you're looking at?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I misread the numbers there. 5.8. Thank you.
Do you want to run through that again then, please?
The guidance is to this effect: there could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant. Impacts that are either unlikely to occur, or if they did occur, are unlikely to be significant, can be scoped out. So that's the view of the Institute, of your professional body.
That's correct, but we must consider, because the Institute elsewhere states that indirect impacts should be assessed, and I refer you back to SNH's scoping advice in which it requires information on the subsoil hydrology of the site. With that information, S&H, for instance, will be able to make an assessment of indirect impacts of things like fertilizers and their leaching into the groundwater.
So I know you keep referring to that as though it's a justification for your approach, but let's remain with your contention that what you have in your inquiry report that we've just been looking at is something that should have been covered in the ES. And if we go to paragraph 5.25 of this guidance, which is cited in paragraph 5.8, it's the next page, 2 pages on page 24.
I have that.
And this is a whole section on significant effects, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you just leave this out of account when you answered my questions earlier? When you cited SIAM guidance as supporting your position?
No, I don't believe I left it out because from my knowledge of the site, from my application of my model, I believe that I have found something of significance, which is not within the environmental statement.
Well, let's just look at this in a little bit more detail. Significance is a concept related to the weight that should be attached to effects when decisions are to be made. So what the reporters have to decide as a consequence of your evidence and take time considering is whether this issue that you raise in this section is likely to be significant. It's not for you to just tell them, it's a matter they're going to have to assess for themselves.
I completely agree with that.
For the purpose of ecological impact assessment, significant effect is an effect that either supports or undermines biodiversity conservation objectives for important ecological features. Going down to paragraph 5.26. A significant effect is simply an effect that is sufficiently important to require assessment and reporting so that the decision maker is adequately informed of the environmental consequences of permitting a project. Now, what you're trying to argue is that this effect or impact that you address in this part of your evidence, i.e. the rise in the water table, is of such significance that 4% of EU priority habitats on the development site would be lost over 20 years. That's the conclusion that you're inviting the reporters to accept from this science in inverted commas that you present.
I hope the reporters will realise that I'm dealing with an indirect impact. I'm dealing with a model which has not been fully validated because I don't have the permissions necessary to do that. And therefore, my confidence in any of these figures are not those of those which you might apply to a direct impact, which can be calculated quite precisely using a GIS. It is up to the reporters, therefore, to simply put things into the balance and make the decision themselves.
I would suggest that is a mistaken belief as to the decision-making process. Before your theories are put into the balance, they first have to decide whether they're reliable.
Again, that's a decision for the reporters.
And if we just turn over the page, the more alarmist conclusion that you place before the inquiry is stated in the bullet point before paragraph 27. Yes.
No, the precognition.
Sorry, thank you, sir. But keep the SIAM guidance open. And what your evidence to this inquiry is to this effect: these direct and indirect negative effects sum up to essentially 49% of Coul SSSI area.
45%.
45% of Coul IISI area with additional unquantified multiple adverse species effects. They compromise site integrity and Coul aquifers. When you're referring to Coul aquifers there, I take it that's a reference to your own domed aquifer.
The three aquifers which I've identified within my model.
So it's fair to say that this theory of yours leads you to conclusions of some significance and are fundamental for the purposes of your own opinion as to impact on integrity.
That is correct.
I'll come back to your science that underpins this in a moment, but while we're on this bullet point on page 7, when you say they compromise site integrity, what site are you talking about?
The Coul sector of the Lockfleet SSSI.
Well, there is only one site that's designated, and that's the Lockfleet SSSI. There is no designation of a Coul Links or a Coul SSSI. There is no separate unit. The unit is the Lockfleet SSSI.
The question's been answered, I think.
I stated that we are dealing with the Coul sector of the Lockfleet SSSI.
Well, the site must be a reference to the designated site, mustn't it?
Yes.
And therefore any question of integrity must relate to the designated site, not part of the designated site.
The sand dune interest at Coul makes up 2/3 of the sand dune interest.
That's not an answer to my question. It must be the whole of the designated site, not part of it.
We're dealing with notified features. We're dealing with sand dune interest. We're dealing with sand dune interest, which is the reason why SNH has brought this public inquiry to this hall.
Well, first of all, SNH hasn't brought the inquiry to the hall. SNH's objection is the reason that the application had to be notified to the ministers and was one of the reasons for calling, wasn't it? By the Scottish ministers.
That's correct, but it's the primary reason.
Could you look at CD 7.4, please?
Page number?
The first page to begin with.
For the first time, our pen drive seems to have let us down. Our folder for that is empty. Could someone supply us with a good old-fashioned paper copy, please?
Ms. Wilson's been waiting for this moment, I think.
I can't deny I'm feeling a little smug. Do you have that electronically? No? Yes? Oh. I think you're the smug person now.
Oh, but it's not in my nature to be smug.
Maybe debatable. Now, on the third bullet point, on page 1, and this is the assessment that lay behind the decision to call in. Do you understand that?
I do.
do we see that is recorded, the proposal engages with a number of natural heritage designations at national, European and international level. And then there's reference to the Lochfleet Site of Special Scientific Interest, notified under the 2004 Act. And if you look down to the bottom of that page, the SSSI is 1,232 hectares. So there's no suggestion that areas within or parts of the SSSI should be looked at separately. It's the SSSI as a whole, is it not?
There is no statement within this bullet point that you have to take that view.
Well, if you turn into 3 pages, into the third page, where there's been mapping of the designated sites, we see in the first of the maps at the top left-hand corner a mapping of the whole 1,232 hectares. It's perhaps slightly cut off at the top.
Yes, the map does not cover the whole of the SSSI. The focus of the document is clearly upon just the Coul sector.
It's not just the Coul sector, it crosses over, doesn't it, towards the very links.
With respect, he said that the focus of the document. He didn't say it was exclusive to Coul.
Crosses over into Ferry Links, doesn't it?
You have just the southern end of Ferry Links.
I need to insist on this. Then we'll go to SPP. CD 4.1.
We have that, thanks.
Paragraph number 212. Now, under the subheading National Designations, do we see that the Scottish Government's planning policy is that development that affects a national park...
Sorry, it's paragraph 212, not 202.
I have that.
Under the heading National Designations, the Scottish Government's planning policy that developments that affects a national park, national scenic area, SSSI or a national nature reserve should only be permitted where, and the first bullet point is that the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the area will not be compromised.
Yes, I accept the statement.
And as a question of interpretation, the only reasonable interpretation is that firstly it's the overall integrity that has to be considered, isn't it?
we're dealing with a situation where we have several notified features in a very diverse SSSI. We are focusing on sand dune interest, and the argument of many conservationists is that if the integrity of one major characteristic of an SSSI is threatened, then the overall integrity of the site is compromised.
Well, I'll come back to that, but let's just look at this particular statement of policy as opposed to other documents or other guidance in relation to other matters. It's the overall integrity of the area, and the area must be the SSSI because that's the only area that can be identified within that sentence.
I agree.
Now, the references to what it is that should be assessed for the purposes of coming to conclusions on site integrity began from my discussion with you of significance of effects under reference to the SIEM guidance. And I hadn't quite finished there, so can we please go back to APP 2.4?
Thank you.
And we were within the section starting at 5.25 in relation to significance of effects. Could you look at paragraph 5.27? In broad terms, significant effects encompass impacts on structure and function of defined sites, habitats or ecosystems, and the conservation status of habitats and species. So, would you agree that where we see the reference to impacts in that sentence, it's encompassing both direct and indirect effects?
I would assume that it's direct and indirect, but it doesn't make the distinction there.
Well, that's the point that I'm putting to you, Dr. Dargy. Because it doesn't differentiate, it is both direct and indirect.
Then we're in a position where the environmental statement has made no consideration of indirect, and therefore this is a serious deficiency in the environmental statement.
You're suggesting that the environmental statement doesn't assess any indirect effects, or just the one that you identify in your evidence?
Ecological, turning to the ecology section of the environmental statement, I find no information on indirect effects.
So it's your position that indirect impacts and effects are just not considered at all within the ecological impact assessment?
I think that's my position, yes.
Well, without going to the document, I can give you one example which demonstrates by itself that you're wrong in that. Fertiliser effects are considered, aren't they?
I cannot recall. No, it will probably be in the environmental statement. I will have read it, but I can't recall it.
So are you changing your evidence now? You accept that the ecological impact assessment does consider indirect impacts and withdrawing the statement that you can't find any?
I'd have to check the environmental statement to see what was said.
Could you have CD 1.7 in front of you? This is another example, table B.23 on page 213. B.23, yes. And what I would suggest to you is that both in B.23, table B.23 and B.24, there is a column that deals with habitat loss and removal of species. That's a direct effect, isn't it? Or direct impact.
Which table are you referring to, please?
Table B.23.
Yes, this is a direct impact.
And in the third column, we have herbicide pollution events. Those are indirect impacts, aren't they?
No, I would argue that there's a direct impact.
That's your belief, is it?
Yes, in the sense that the herbicide would be, we're talking probably now of spray drift of herbicide falling on a juniper plant, which is still present, say, on the adjacent ground.
Well, it's not caused by the construction of greens, tees, fairways and bunkers. It's caused, the use of herbicide arises from operational management after construction, and it is an indirect effect because it doesn't involve direct impact on the site itself.
The title of the table says construction and operational effects on juniper.
I understand that, Dr. Dargy, but there is no direct impact from the construction of the course, and insofar as this is an operational event, if it would have a deleterious effect on the protected species, that would be an indirect consequence. Do you not? If you don't understand that, just say so.
The distinction between direct and indirect looked at in terms of a sequence of processes within an ecosystem is often blurred. But in this, I think we've got quite a clear distinction.
Well, what I'll put to you is that there is clearly a distinction throughout this environmental statement between, on the one hand, direct effects such as habitat loss, where the development itself irreversibly changes that particular part of the habitat, and on the other hand, indirect impacts, when, as a consequence of the development, something else may occur.
Well, I accept your general argument for that distinction, but we have to get down to specifics in terms of whether something is direct or indirect.
Well, that's well understood, Dr. Dargy. The question is, we're looking at, in here, in this chapter of the environmental statement, your contention that indirect impacts are not addressed. And what I'm putting to you is that quite clearly they are.
I recall when I looked at the environmental statement and the ecology chapter that I took a trawl searching on the term indirect, and I don't recall raising it. I couldn't find it when I went through the PDF.
Could you turn, please, to paragraph 5.5.3.1, entitled Impacts Assessed, and that's at page 202. Paragraph 5.5.3.1, page 202. Have that?
I accept there is a statement here about indirect habitat loss due to displacement of species.
So that's an example of indirect loss that has been assessed.
Yes, I accept that.
If you turn over the page, the point that I was putting to you in relation to maintenance of the golf course, page 203, we see in table B15, under maintaining greens and tees, use of herbicide and pesticide, reduced diversity of plants and invertebrates in the surrounding area, possible nutrient enrichment from fertilizers. Again, a clear example of an indirect effect.
Yes, I will accept that.
And if you go to page 271, paragraph 8.6.1.1, this is dealing with the issue of severance, and the IEMA guidance, the predecessor to the guidance we're looking at, is quoted. And it says severance is the perceived division that can occur within a community when it becomes separated by a major traffic artery. And then if you go down 2 paragraphs, increased severance can result in the isolation of areas for settlement or individual properties. Again, that's actually reading on to the physical barrier created by whatever it is, what infrastructure can result in fragmentation. That's another example of an indirect loss, fragmentation of habitat, which you mentioned yourself in your evidence.
I consider fragmentation, but I consider it a direct impact.
Well, that's perhaps an example, Dr. Dargy, of your lack of knowledge and understanding of EIA methodology.
I don't accept that.
Are you aware that Scottish Natural Heritage had no issue with the applicant's assessment of indirect impacts?
I don't think that's correct. At the NPAC meeting twice, I remember Dave Mackay of SNH stating that there could be considerable indirect impacts, but SNH had not been able, on the basis of the information to hand, to make their own assessment.
Sorry, what meeting were you referring to?
The North Planning Area Committee meeting, both the first meeting and then the second meeting. As I understand it, Mr. Dave Mackay, in presenting SNH views, made explicit statements that there would be indirect impacts, but SNH have been unable to quantify these.
I think you're referring to matters that are raised within the final consultation letter and which have already been put to Professor Angus as to whether there's any validity in that position. If you look at SNH 8, please. SNH 8.
I have the
Turn to
document.
page 5. Now, to put this into proper context, in the middle of that page, after referring to effects on designated sites, SNH refer to previous consultation responses, and they say, but in respect to which they say these provided advice on the level of impacts on the golf course on sand dune habitats. More detailed information provided within Addendum 2 indicates, so I emphasize the word indicates, that additional impacts are also going to be significant. So first and foremost, SNH questions the significance of the effect. Not whether there will be additional, but whether there will be additional significant likely effects.
The word significant is missing from the phrase additional impacts, yes.
No, the word, that's not the point, Dr. Dargy, misunderstanding. The question they're asking or posing or highlighting is whether or not additional impacts will result in likely significant effects.
Sorry, if we go back to the paragraph that we're talking about here and reading it in full, the more detailed information provided within Addendum 2 indicates that in bold type, additional impacts are also going to be significant as follows.
Yes, I understand that. And the question that I'm putting to you is that what you should take from that is that they are posing the question as to whether there are additional likely significant effects, whether these impacts that they've identified or go on to identify and discuss will give rise to likely significant effects. That's what they're concerned with.
Yes, I understand that.
And then on page 5 and 6, they go on to identify some of the issues that you've identified. And in relation to your evidence, where there's a coincidence between SNH's position and yours, is the question of nutrient enrichment from irrigated waters and nitrate content under reference to threshold values, which you also raise in your evidence, don't you?
That's correct.
And then separately, over the page, there's a reference to whether or not there will be an additional effect from nitrogen applied through the use of fertilizer. That's the second paragraph on the last page. There's an incorrect reference to nitrate, but it's nitrogen. It's the application of nitrogen. It's the application of nitrogen.
Well, you can use either nitrogen or nitrate, depending upon the thresholds within UK TAG and some of the other guidance. But what we are talking about here, these are nitrate and pH levels of abstracted water, and I'm willing to acknowledge that Dr. Bowie has information that the nitrate levels of abstract water are now minimal. And that's why, within my own modelling, I've assumed that there is no nitrate within water used for irrigation of the golf course.
So your position is now aligned with that of the applicants on that question?
I have used applicant data for my modelling.
And then and both these issues were raised with Professor Angus during his cross-examination.
I understand that, yes.
Can we agree that we don't find within this final letter from SNH any indication at all that SNH has a concern about the matter that you raise in paragraph 26 of your recognition?
I agree with it. Within this SNH letter, we don't see any content like that, but I referred you back to the statements made by Mr. Dave Mackay at the MPAC meetings, in which he stated that he was unable to quantify the level and extent of indirect impacts.
Well, Dr. Dargy, what I'm putting to you is that given that this letter was written on the 25th of May, shortly before the Highland Council's meeting on the 5th of June, one must take this as a statement of their position regarding their final position prior to the decision being taken as to what remained of concern to them.
But at the meeting, Mr. Dave Mackay stated that there was an uncertain view of SNH about the scale of indirect impacts.
Well, let's just stick to the question that was put to you. There is no evidence before this inquiry, there's nothing in that letter nor any other evidence before this inquiry that SNH has a concern about the possible impact that you raise in paragraph 26 of your recognition.
That could be the case, yes.
Well, it is the case. You haven't produced any evidence that shows SNH supports your concerns on these matters contained within paragraph 26, other than the ones that are referred to in their correspondence. Specifically, I'm referring to these bullet points that depend upon your eco-hydrological model in bullet point 3 on page 6, 4 on page 6.
I completely agree with you, because this letter from SNH was written in May 2017 and my eco-hydrological model was developed in January and February 2019.
And we don't have anything from SNH or SEPA that acknowledges the work you've done in relation to your eco-hydrological model is valid.
SEPA made a consideration in-house without any fieldwork checking about a statement I made before, as part of our May submission from Coul about the presence of a domed water table in the north. They haven't checked.
I'm not discussing with you the conclusion of it. Your modelling work has not been validated by either SEPA or endorsed by either SEPA or SNH.
And it hasn't been validated by me in the sense that I haven't been able to follow it up.
I wonder if this would be a good time to break for a coffee. Can you give us an indication of how much more you have to cover, Ms. Wilson?
I have another 2 topics, sir, but over the past 2 hours this morning I've developed lines in response to answers that were being given that I didn't anticipate going into, such as SPP, etc. So I would hope an hour at the most.
Okay, let's break for 10 minutes then. Thank you. Miss Wilson, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Dargy, although we went off down other routes related to ploughing policy and other such matters, I was taking you to the basis upon which you reach the conclusion that you do on page 7 of your recognition. And in particular, the results, this is on page 6, last bullet point, the results that you say from your modelling suggest that there will be major local changes to the water table behaviour and wetland plus wet-dry transition downslopes given the shallow groundwater at Coul.
Can you repeat the bullet point, please?
Sorry? The final bullet point on page 6.
I have that.
And I think here what you're saying is that because of an increase in the wetness of the site, then this is all going to result in significant ecological change or may result in significant ecological change over the next 20 years. And one of those drivers of such change is that put forward in paragraph 21 of your precognition.
The calculation of 3.9% in the bullet point is actually independent of long-term change. This is the effect of the golf course irrigation.
Well, what you're saying is there'll be a rise in the water table of 18 centimetres. Is that correct?
That's my anticipated rise if our current rainfall trends and if there is a sea level effect acting as well continue.
And just to be clear, this is based upon use of your model that we see in figure 4 of Annex 2 of your document, if you could just have that.
I have that.
And as you explained it yesterday morning in your evidence in chief, figure 3 shows the points that you've used in creating this model. Is that the 3,000 odd points that you refer to in paragraph 21?
More than 5,000 points. There are more than 5,000 points in the data set used to create the aquifer surface.
Figure 4 is your model itself, isn't it? And you explained how you reached the conclusion of the domed aquifer.
That's correct. I also mentioned that the depiction of the dome via this model is probably incomplete because much of the potential dome here is beneath dry dune heath, and I could not obtain any points with wet habitat in those areas. In other words, the dome will be clearer in form if we had core information to actually locate its correct surface.
You're referring again to the need for invasive ground investigation.
That's correct.
Now, I would suggest to you that using 18 centimetres as your quantification of the likely rise in the water table is spurious, given that you're going to 2 decimal points on the basis of an untested, unvalidated model. I would suggest it's somewhat spurious.
It's the calculation which you take from a graph which for the habitats involved, in most cases, involve well over 100 samples in generating an average and narrow standard error bars.
Come to your standard error bars in a moment, which weren't referred to in your evidence in chief, but you've created this by the plotting system that you described using GPS, haven't you?
Yes, this is an RTK differential GPS system.
And you described how there are errors with the use of that equipment, plus or minus 2 meters.
No, that's incorrect. The RTK instrument is accurate to plus or minus 3 centimeters in X, Y, and Z.
Depending upon the accuracy of its use.
It is extremely accurate because it ties into Ordnance Survey base stations, and corrections are in real time made within the instrument to correct for atmospheric distortions to GPS signals.
But so far as you're making use of the rise in, or the increase in rainfall, I would suggest that you don't have a statistically significant figure for that. We see that in Table 2 of this annex.
Yes, the rainfall information which I have is from Tain Range. This is a full meteorological base station, so the equipment which they use is highly accurate. But to actually tie rainfall inputs to a rising water table really requires a catchment scale understanding of the link between rainfall and groundwater. Of course, I do not have that.
Thank you. That was one of the questions that I was going to put to you, that this is something you have to look at across the catchment to form reliable conclusions.
Yes, we are still, in my opinion, we are still very unclear on the long-term variation in level in our bedrock aquifers.
Could you turn, please, to your figure that shows the standard errors, and this is set down in it's illustrated in figure 18.
Which figure are you referring?
Figure 18 of your Annex 2. It's the one, it was the only figure that you didn't refer to in your presentation yesterday.
These are not standard errors. These are these are box-Cox diagrams in which each diagram has the position of the median in the center of a colored box, and the full range in the data is indicated at the extremes. So, for instance, if you take the top left, the blue box, in the horizontal line, you have a lower quartile and an upper quartile in the center. There are two central quartiles, and then there is an upper quartile and a lower quartile beneath. These are standard ways for presenting data which has a lot of extreme and noise within it.
Do you accept that in order to see a trend, you would have to have 50 years' worth of data?
All of the information on research on climate change uses 30-year moving averages. So 50 years, yes, would be necessary to assure that you have a trend.
And as I'm advised by Dr. Bowie, that you would not normally present this kind of data for the purposes of showing a trend. You would normally create a mass curve, graph-like, representation.
Yeah, my problem here is that the actual information for one of the particular years is poor for Tane Range. Their equipment had to be replaced, I think. I can't remember which date it is, which is missing data in year 2006. So any graph would have a gap.
So you chose to present it this way because you couldn't present it in the way that you would normally present it, using charting cumulative totals.
I simply wanted to demonstrate to the inquiry that we have seen an increase in rainfall over the last couple of decades.
But I think from the answers that you've given to me that they can't take from that that there is a trend. That will carry on into the future.
No, I would agree that we cannot be certain that this trend would be here. There was work done by SEPA way back in the early 2000s on predicting trends, and their prediction of trend was for increasing rainfall in this area, but particularly in winter.
Well, I'm looking at the data that you're presenting to the inquiry to support the conclusion that you draw in your precognition. Insofar as you also suggest that there will be a sea level rise, I think it's fair to say that that is based upon your survey work on vegetation, i.e. plant data.
I have several indications of local sea level rise based upon vegetation information. The first came from really quite detailed work and analysis at the Morwick Moor upon salt marsh vegetation, in which I identified this long-term tidal cycle, the lunar nodal cycle of 18.6 years. But the thing which I've identified since that work was published is that it has been overridden. The long-term trend, we should be seeing a falling level, but in fact the curve has been accelerated. And I'm potentially attributing this to sea level rise, which independently has been identified in the local tide gauge at Inverness, and it appears to be something of the order of 3 to 4 millimetres per year.
Would you accept that Professor Pye is better qualified than you to give evidence to the inquiry on the question of sea level rise?
Probably yes.
Could you, just before the break, you were referring to your model and suggesting that SEPA in some way had acknowledged that there was some validity to it. Could you look, please, at the letter?
No, I did not say that SEPA had made any acknowledgement of my thing. They simply had not made any detailed check, and they said that it was outside their remit for doing things. It was an in-house assessment on the basis of information that had been provided by Highland Council and statements from Dr. Cosgrove and Dr. Bowie.
Well, I think it's worthwhile just looking back at the letter that we did look at briefly yesterday, CD 2.24, which was the letter explaining to the reporters unit why they did not think their attendance would assist on the points that you had raised in your letter. 29th October 2018. Now, I think I took you to this letter yesterday afternoon. to make the point to you that is noted in the last sentence, that SEPA had peer-reviewed Dr. Barry's model and confirmed that they were content with it from a planning perspective. But do we see further up in the paragraph, there's a specific reference, this is paragraph 3. 3. And in the context of your criticism that there were some errors in the SEPA assessment of the applicant's hydrology evidence, and refers to an incomplete groundwater model and an isolated aquifer in the north of the site, that's a reference to your domed aquifer, isn't it?
That's correct.
He suggests a complete groundwater model is a SEPA requirement of assessment of impacts on GWTE, and states SEPA's defence of its assessment of the applicant's hydrology seems to not Coul to be an essential part of the examination. In response, we refer the reporters to section 2 of our response to the Planning Authority of 13th June for our response to not Coul's concern regarding the groundwater model submitted by the applicant. So SEPA did give some consideration to your contention that there was a third aquifer that had been left out.
They've given some consideration, but there is no detail of the nature of that consideration in their letter.
So it comes to this, essentially, on this whole chapter of evidence related to your third aquifer within the site. There is no evidence of a third aquifer in the site to begin with, is there? Other than what you present to this inquiry?
I think I have strong evidence based upon the principle of ecological zonation that there is a dome in the north. I would expect a dome because I know from eco-hydrological literature published for England and Wales as guidance for protecting those ecosystems that you get a dome in sand dune systems.
That's the general sniffer guidance that you're referring to, I think, isn't it?
No, this is the Environment Agency guidance published by Davey as the key author, with a preliminary report in 2006 and a follow-up detailed report for specifications in 2010. There has been a follow-up report, unpublished, involving sniffer, in which equivalent protection guidelines have been examined, but that is not current guidance. I produced all the eco-hydrological descriptions there for salt marsh, for sand dunes, and for Maca.
But you have no published literature that supports your hypothesis that there is a domed aquifer within the Coul Links sector of the SSSI.
The model was produced in February. I need proper scientific investigation to quantify it and to check and validate it based upon detailed ground investigations.
That you're referring to, what I put to you is that we have no published literature that supports a third domed aquifer within the Coul Links sector of the SSSI.
I can point you to indirect evidence that there is a marked difference between the south and the north of Coul, and this is the Soil Survey of Scotland.
Could you just answer the question, please, Dr. Dargy? We have no published scientific literature that supports the existence of a third aquifer.
I would accept that point, yes.
Just to finish off this particular line of inquiry, what is your definition of an aquifer?
A body of water within the geology of a local area.
Specifically, is it not a body of water within water-bearing rock?
Yes, I would accept that as a definition.
If you just give me a moment to tidy away your various annexes, and I'm about to turn to another issue that you raise as to the threshold levels.
I wonder if I can just ask a point of clarification. Dr. Darg, you said there that, or you accepted the premise that an aquifer would be within water-bearing rock. And I'm just recalling, I can't remember what document it's in, and we probably don't need to go back to it, but I think it might have been from Sniffer, but anyway, there was a generic profile of dune systems with slacks and dunes, and there was a broken line which showed the water table in that, and it was slightly domed where the highest dunes were in that cross section. Do you?
So I think that is Dr. Bowie's inquiry report, APP 5.1.
Well, maybe if we have a quick look at that then. I'm not sure where in the document it is, but I think it was a diagram in there.
I think it's I'm pretty sure it's APP 5.1 because Dr. Dargy was making the point at the end of his evidence in chief that was, in his view, an indication of acceptance by Dr. Dargy of the existence. I think the one you're referring to, sir, is on page 23.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
I have that, sir.
Okay, thank you. So when we heard the evidence about that, I took from that your view was that what's characterised there in the middle under E, I might have been wrong, but I took that as your view was that would be the kind of thing occurring at Scalable in the domed aquifer. That would be, that's an indication of the kind of thing that you feel you've identified there. Is that right?
That's correct, sir, and we did see it on the site visit.
Okay, but if these are sand dunes, would there be any rock? If what we've just heard is that an aquifer is within, sorry, yes, an aquifer is within rock, but if these are only sand dunes, would there be any rock there in this model and or at Scalable, or would it just be sand?
It would just be sand in this case. And I would extend the definition of an aquifer to include sand as a water-bearing structure.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, the diagram issued by the Environment Agency actually describes it as a sand aquifer in the diagram.
Okay, thank you.
Could you have, please, NC 146 and also NC 109?
NC 109 is the UK tag guidance.
Sorry, let me just check the Environment Agency document. There's a number of documents. 146A, it's the Davy eco-hydrological guidelines for wet dune habitat.
So just those two documents, is it? 109 and 146?
146A.
Now, just to summarise your position as I understand it, which is not that different, perhaps more forcefully expressed in your evidence compared to Professor Angus, but the point is that both you and he suggest that the threshold values within this guidance, i.e. the Davy et al. Environment Agency guidance, is the relevant threshold value for this site. Is that right?
We're reporting that on the basis of other published work, which, since Davy was published in 2010, has validated that position, that it's established that wet dune slacks are very sensitive to amounts of added nutrients, either from the atmosphere or within groundwater or within both.
Can we look first of all at the differences in the two documents? And if you turn a few pages into the document, there's a figure 2, I think.
Is this Davy 2010?
Yes, it's entitled Eco-Hydrological Guidelines for Wet Dune Habitat. Page 10, figure 2.1.
Again, I'm not quite sure which version of Davy we're referring to. There's a 2006 report and a 2010.
It's NC 146A.
I have that.
Do you on page 10 have figure 2.1?
Yes. A map showing dune slack locations included in this report.
Now, this is part of the chapter dealing with the methodology and explaining essentially how it was that the threshold values that we see later in the report were arrived at. And as I understand it, there were monitoring locations, and the data collected from those monitoring locations were used to derive the values.
That's correct.
And we can see here that there were 7 monitoring locations used in the Davy work.
Yes.
And significantly, they were all in coastal locations in the south of England, in Wales, and one on the east coast in Anglia, East Anglia.
That's correct.
Can we agree to begin with that these are areas of higher nitrogen deposition compared to Coul links?
Yes, that would be the case.
And as a consequence of that, these dune slack locations will be much more sensitive than Coul links to additional nitrogen.
All dune systems are equally sensitive. You have to bear in mind the different levels of input of nitrogen to the system. So it's not a simple matter of saying that these systems are more sensitive than those at Lockfleet. They're equally sensitive. In theory, these should be more heavily impacted than at Coul links.
Well, it's understood that as a habitat, they're considered to be sensitive. There's no dispute by the applicants as to the sensitivity of dune slacks. But because of the fact these ones would have been subjected to higher loading from atmospheric deposition, they are more likely than not to be closer to the critical load than at Coul links.
That is likely, yes.
Thank you. We can take any of these by way of example, but we see that the threshold level that is recommended in this decision, if we take paragraph 4.4, page 28, by way of an example, this is dealing with dune groundwater. It's suggested that the likely contamination level that would be a cause for concern is more than 1.
These are the guidelines for total inorganic nitrogen, TIN.
So perhaps you could just tell us, Dr. Dargy, which value is it from this document that you rely upon that you say is relevant to Coul links?
The values here are dealing with TIN, which is ammonium and nitrate, which is a different measurement to that which is employed within UK TAG guidelines, which involves nitrite and nitrate. Therefore, no particular value here would apply at Coul. We're just making the general indication that nitrogen measured using this approach is likely to, and using these thresholds, would be a better guideline than the UK TAG approach. The common factor between TIN and total nitrogen is nitrate, which that's the important component.
I understand that, but your evidence to the inquiry is on the basis of this document. The threshold values that can be taken from this document should be used as the threshold value rather than UK tag values.
As an ecologist who works and liaises with the people who are experts in the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, they will prefer that these values are used rather than UK tag.
Well, I'm interested in your evidence on this matter. Am I correct in understanding that this is the document that you cite in support of your evidence that lower threshold values than tags should be used?
That and the identified papers by Rhymes and others, yes.
Just staying with this particular document at the moment, where would the reporters find within this document values that could be used as a substitute for the values in tag? It's one of your references, so I'm asking you to clarify for us what part of the document and values you rely upon.
The values are more clearly specified in Davey 2006. There is a specific section in Davey 2006 which...
what's your document reference for that? What's the document reference number?
SNH40.
What page are you referring to?
Page 92.
You're referring to table D2?
That's correct.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but it seems to me that this is exactly the same data that I put to you under reference to the 2010 document that you tried to suggest wasn't relevant.
Sorry, just checking the document. SNH40, is that the right one? English Nature report number 696 at the front of it.
That's what I have in...
Well, it doesn't run to 92 pages, so if we're looking at different documents.
Actually, that one's 41. SNH40 is an English Nature document, isn't it? Whereas SNH41 is the Environment Agency, same Environment Agency document that I think we've already looked at.
Yes, yeah, that's right. That's the 2010 version. SNH40 is the 2006 version. That's what it says here, certainly. But that second one doesn't have a page 92 on it. It only runs to about 80 pages or so. So should we be looking at 41, not for SNH 41 or SNH 41? Well, I think Dr. Dargy said to look at the Davey 2006 document, And Ms Wilson said, what document number is that? And he said that was SNH40, and that looks right to me. So I'm taking I should be looking at SNH40, which is the English Nature report number 696, and I'm just saying it doesn't have 92 pages in it.
And that's the Davies, the lead author at that one as well, the SNH40.
Yes, so just where should I be looking in this document then?
I think we should go back to Davy 2010, sir. My sincere apologies on this. I'd forgotten the way in which the document is set out. And the actual threshold levels are defined in relation to individual NVC types. So they are repeated through the document wherever they discuss in detail a particular dune slack type using the NVC system. So, for example, I'm trying to find a dune slack type which is present at Coul. And if you turned in that document to the SD16 type, and you go to, every time I touch the screen I lose it. The account for SD16 starts on page 46. And if you scan through towards the end, on page 51, you will see table 7.4 at the base of the page, where there are guidelines for total inorganic nitrogen, which appears to be the Environment Agency use of, or at least measure of nitrogen effects in dune groundwater. And it defines there a reference condition, and on the basis of information which they had to hand at the time, TIN values, milligrams of nitrogen per litre, less than 0.2 would indicate that the dune should be unaffected by nutrients. A range between 0.2 and 0.4 would suggest possible contamination, but that likely contamination and cause for concern occurs above 1.0. If you then extend that and try to understand the difference with the UK tag values, you have to switch to nitrogen as nitrate. That's the common form of iron here. That's iron ION, not IRON. The nitrogen as nitrate is the common thing between these two measures, TIN and total oxidizable nitrogen. And the factor there as nitrate is a value of, it will be 3 per litre, or I think it was 13 for nitrate.
Yes, this was explained in the evidence of Dr. Barry, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
When you say the factor, you mean you have to multiply these by 13 to get the nitrate, the equivalent nitrate level?
I don't think that is correct, sir. What Dr. Bowie explained was the difference between Table 4 and Table 5 was to achieve, I think it's better that we have it in front of us because it otherwise gets quite confused, is the UK tag document, which was the second document, but perhaps keep the Environment Agency document open. So I've misplaced the number for the tag document. It's C109, I'm told. It explains it in the document. I'm just looking for that, thanks. Table. Section 9. And it's explained, says, under in 9.1 that the different GWDTE habitats are shown in Table 4. The relevant one for dune slack being wet dune, which is 3 milligrams per litre nitrogen. And then in the text below that Dr. Barry referred to, for groundwater purposes, we need to convert these into nitrate expressed as NO3. This is done by dividing the figure as N by 14 and multiplying by 62. This approximates to a multiplication of 4.4. So the 3 gets multiplied by 4.4, which, as the table below shows, then gives a figure of 13 milligrams per litre. Of nitrate threshold values. I think, Dr. Daghi, that was what you were trying to explain.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
And I think just to conclude, the explanation that Dr. Barry gave was that so that you had comparable levels, i.e. the Environment Agency threshold value versus the tag threshold value, you would also multiply 1 by 4.4. So you'd be comparing 4.4 milligrams per litre to 13 milligrams per litre if you were looking at nitrate threshold values.
I don't think that is the case, because the total inorganic nitrogen is a sum of ammonium plus nitrate. So the nitrate value is already incorporated in the TIN. Sorry, TON.
So is it?
Where am I? The total inorganic nitrogen is ammonium plus nitrate.
So what would you say should be the equivalent comparative value to the tag one if you were looking only at groundwater nitrate thresholds?
switch me back.
To 148?
Yep.
143, 148. We go back to tag values, are we?
No.
Well, what I was asking Dr. Dargy was what he says is the equivalent threshold value if you use the Environment Agency approach.
Sorry. We have to consider that the Environment Agency approach uses 3 sets of values. So to keep your sand dunes in perfect conditions, you need a value less than 0.2 for nitrogen, and yes, you would multiply that value by 4.3. You then have the range of potential effect, 0.2 to 0.4, so each of those you would multiply by 4.3, and then you have likely contamination, which is greater than 1, so there is a value there of probably 4.3.
Sorry, Dr. Dargy, it might be my fault, but you're completely confusing me, if not anybody else. I thought you just told us when I suggested that the comparative value for threshold, the threshold value, not the reference condition and possible contamination, but the threshold value would be to multiply 1 by 4.4. I think the exact figure is 4.43. And you said no because TIN is ammonia and nitrogen, and that wouldn't be relevant. But you've just gone to this table and done that exactly that.
The value that you would take would be greater than 1 multiplied by, is it 4.3 or 4.4?
4.43. Well,
Yeah, it's 4.4.
In
Yes.
tag it says 4.4. So you're agreeing with me that you do multiply 1 by 4.4.
Yes, you would.
So we should just disregard the distinction you were trying to draw before about TIN values being ammonia and nitrogen and therefore not comparable.
You have to take care in making them comparable because the definition of TIN as ammonium plus nitrate needs to have quantitative evidence on both those ions.
Well, it's your evidence to this inquiry that a lower threshold value than the tag figure of 13 mgl should be used. So what I'm trying to be clear is what you say would be the threshold value for nitrate. If you're not using the tag ones, what are you using?
Nitrate is a component of both the TIN values and the UK tag values. You can make a comparison, but remember that when we refer back to this work in Davy, that the TIN value is nitrate plus ammonium, often which is delivered as via aerial deposition.
I understand that, but what I don't understand is, and what I tried to clarify with you, is what you say the appropriate threshold value would be if you took an approach such as that advocated in Davy.
The approach in Davy, because TIN includes nitrate and it specifies 1.0, you would take a value of 1.0. That means that when you compare it with the threshold in UK tag, where nitrate is specified as 13 milligrams per litre, you have a 13-fold difference in threshold.
Now your evidence says that you don't multiply it by 4.4.
No, I'm pretty clear now that you don't do that here because although it's stated in milligrams nitrogen per litre, it's based upon a measurement of nitrate.
But they're not comparable. that figure is not comparable with the tag value. The reality is you just don't know, do you, what the threshold value would be if you were trying to mimic the approach in the Environment Agency. You've got no alternative threshold value to offer for nitrates in groundwater.
The TIN value, which includes nitrate, is a suitable threshold, and the value is 1.
Dr. Dargy, you simply cannot do that. That is bad science. You've accepted that you're not comparing like with like. You've accepted that you cannot lift that figure of 1 milligram nitrogen per litre. It has to be varied in order to come to an equivalent like-for-like figure as we see in Table 5.
I don't think that this is bad science. What I'm pointing out to the reporters is that you have a difference between dune ecologists using TIN values and their research, which shows great sensitivity, and then a difference from the UK tag experts, which appear to be using a threshold value which is 13 times higher. And this means that if we employ UK tag values, you are risking the long-term nutrient status of these humid dune slacks.
Dr. Dargy, that threshold value in the Environment Agency, the TIN value, bears no comparative relationship to the nitrate value in Table 5. You can't just simply treat them as though they're the same unit when they're not the same unit, and that's your evidence that they're not the same unit. You have to convert it into the same unit, and you haven't done that, and you can't do that.
In all my work, I make reference to the UK tag values, and I make reference to the work which is in Davy. A proper scientist would weigh up the two and see which, in terms of sensitivity, is the best for maintaining the condition of a dune slack over time.
Well, you say see which is the best, but you don't have the threshold value that we find, the equivalent threshold value that we find in the tag guidance, do we?
You have to work out the nitrate component of both the Davy work and the UK tag work.
And you haven't done that?
I make the point that there is an order of magnitude difference between them, and that difference is from 1.0 in the Davy work and the 13 value in the UK tag. That is the order of magnitude difference.
You just can't do that comparison, Dr. Dargy. That is inherently flawed. The tag value is for one component. It's a value for nitrate. As you've said yourself in your evidence, the Environment Agency value is TIN, and that is nitrogen and ammonia. So you're not comparing like with like.
The nitrogen component within TIN is as nitrate. Therefore, you have a comparator between the two.
No, you're contradicting yourself. You previously told the inquiry that you would have to separate them out. For it to be valid, you'd have to separate out the two components. And you haven't done that, have you?
It hasn't been done because in most cases, we don't have accurate details upon ammonium content.
Separately, I would suggest that the reason this type of generic referencing to the Environment Agency document doesn't assist the reporters in any way, because you can't compare, we don't have the information to compare the slack habitat conform the monitoring locations in the Environment Agency to the Coul Links slack habitat.
There is very limited information on the nitrate content of water at Coul. We have a small number of samples which have been processed as part of Dr. Bowie's work. I will point out that there is more information on nitrate in not Coul information, and that is given within diagrams and tables in the May submission.
Well, you're going off point, but
I'm simply trying to say that there is information on nitrate at Coul Links.
I'm not asking you about information on nitrates. I'm asking you about the slack habitat. This is all about sensitivity of particular dune slacks, and I think you've accepted the general point that they are in a different location and that their existing nitrogen exposure will be relevant as one of the inputs into deciding what should be the value to be used. And I'm referring to the age of slacks. We don't know what the differences are between the dune slack habitat that was surveyed and used for the Environment Agency when compared to the Coul Links dune slack habitat.
That's probably correct, but I'd like to make some important distinctions here. First, the majority of those, I think, 7 locations which you referred to in the map, the western 6 are all calcareous dune systems, and the chemistry of groundwater differs quite markedly, especially in its upper parts, when you move to an acidic system. Coul is acidic on the surface layers. That's one point. The comparator site, therefore, is Winterton. That's an acidic dune system in the Environment Agency work. So that's a first distinction that I would make.
Well, that's just confirmed that you need to know that, and you don't present that in your evidence. Also, as I've already put to you, there'll be different nitrogen loadings of these slacks compared to the Coul Links, which you've already agreed.
Yes, I've already confirmed that.
The quantities of groundwater present needs to be known for a proper comparison, and we don't have that information.
That's correct. But if you look at the descriptions given in, I think, probably the 2006 Davey report, they make the point that sand dunes on the east coast of both England and Scotland are much more sensitive to nitrogen sources which are coming in from the adjacent land.
And based on that, the fundamental geology of these different locations are fundamentally different. You can't compare. You're not comparing like with like.
I think Winterton is comparable with Coul in part. But the best comparator, if you wanted to do this, would be to go to St Fergus and check on nitrogen levels there.
I don't want to do this at all, because as far as the applicants are concerned, they're content to accept the advice of SEPA and make use of the UK tag values. I'm questioning you upon the appropriateness of using these values, which is your suggestion and hinted at in Professor Angus's evidence. If you wanted to do it, you should have done all these comparisons and sought to persuade the reporters that it's a valid approach to use this data and apply it to Coul Links.
I'm just a humble third-party scientist.
Well, I won't even bother with that disingenuous comment. Could you look at the UK tag document again, please? NC 1009. And turn to figure 2 in section 6. Do we see there from the text above that 180 sites were used across the UK for the purposes of establishing values for the tag guidance?
I do see this.
And significantly, there's quite a number of locations in the northeast Scotland and up the coast, this northeast coastline.
Remember that we're covering all forms of wetland here. These are not just dune slacks, and of course they're not, because most of these locations are not on the coast. Significantly, SEPA has not included St Fergus in this, where there is long documented information on nitrate levels. The other point I ought to raise with the inquiry now is that there is some disquiet amongst dune wetland scientists in the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology about the basis for selecting sites and the thresholds for these UK nitrogen. If you look carefully, all they say is that they've looked at sites which were in favourable and unfavourable condition on the basis of site condition monitoring results. They do not give the reasons why those sites were unfavourable. The test for a dune system or a dune slack being in unfavourable condition is one of a number of tests, and they may not have included enrichment.
There are a number of points that I could take up with you in that, but I'm conscious of time going by. The St Fergus reference is a reference in the Davy document, isn't it? But it is not shown as a monitoring location in the figure that I took you to.
The figure you took me to is in the UK tag document.
No, under reference to the Davy document. You made mention of the St Fergus location, and that is a location that is discussed in the Davy document.
It is, yes.
The point I'm putting to you is that it's another irrelevance being raised by you at this inquiry, because the comparison I'm making between these two diagrams are the sampling locations. And St Fergus, as we can see from the equivalent diagram in the Davy document, is not identified.
That's correct. They can only deal
so
with England and Wales.
Relevant evidence? Whilst it may be the case that there are a range of different habitat types associated with these individual 180 locations used in the tag documents, what UK tag does do is separate the threshold values based upon the habitat type, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And we see wet dune, which is you've accepted as the relevant figure to be used for dune slacks.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You've accepted, under reference to Table 4 and Table 5, that the figures for wet dune are the appropriate figures to use in terms of habitat type.
In the UK tag document, yes.
And is it not also the case that site-specific threshold values are discussed with SEPA through consultation? It's not just a question of lifting the figure from the page. They're discussed and agreed upon in consultation with SEPA.
Yes, I think that's the correct way forward.
And SEPA, specific to this development, have already advised that the thresholds in the UK tag document should be used.
Under the Water Framework Directive, which is the overarching legislation which they work to, they have to use UK tag values.
So your answer to that is yes, those are the appropriate values according to SEPA guidance and in accordance with the UK framework.
Yes, that's correct.
So this is another issue that you raised before the inquiry that is irrelevant to the outcome.
It's possibly irrelevant, but the point I would make is that there is a scientific difference at the moment between the levels of nitrogen as they apply to dune slack.
And that generic issue, Dr. Dargy, is irrelevant to the outcome of this application because there's clear guidance from SEPA and there are values that SEPA have indicated should be used.
I think that's where we are.
Could I just have a moment to tidy up my papers and then I'm going to move on to the last issue.
So could I ask for just a very quick comfort break?
Absolutely, yes. We'll take a 5-minute break here. Thank you.
Dr. Dargy, it's clear from your precognition and inquiry report has highlighted on a number of occasions during your oral evidence that much of your work and many of your conclusions all depend upon your use of GPS mapping.
I agree.
What I'm advised from the site visit that took place last week, you demonstrated on more than one occasion errors in navigation using your GPS.
On at least on in one place, I indicated that I differed from the position of the centre of the green.
Well, the information that has been provided to me was that at hole number 1, Mr. Haspel was explaining that the green was in a shallow hollow and that you were on a low ridge, and very definitely and confidently contradicted him as to the location of the green using your GPS. Is that not correct?
That's correct. The centre of the green.
But in that particular case, you were wrong and the use of maps had correctly established the correct location.
I don't think I was wrong there. It all depends upon the accuracy of the data used by Mr. Haspel in putting his white post into the ground.
So you still confidently think you're correct just because your GPS, you interpreted what you were seeing on your GPS unit as indicating a different location?
Yes, I have to do that within its limits of plus or minus 2 meters in the case of that instrument.
And separately, at hole number 16, as I am advised, you stood on the edge of the sand cliff and again very confidently indicated where you thought the centre of the T was, which was in a different position to Mr. Haspel.
Are you saying hole 16?
Yes. At the T for hole 16.
Yes. This is the back T of hole 16.
Yes. And again, you challenged Mr. Haspel as to where the centre of the T was.
There was no challenge to Mr. Haspel. I'm not allowed to discuss evidence on a site visit.
It was an indirect challenge in that you were insistent that you were in the right position and the location that Mr. Haspel was indicating was incorrect.
That would be the outcome of my standing at that position and saying that that was the back edge of the back T.
Well, is it not the case that is clear just from the maps that we have and the footprint of the golf course that there is no infrastructure right on the edge where you were standing?
You can't assess that from the maps provided by the applicant. There is no grid upon them.
Well, others can assess it. I think what you're saying is you can't assess it.
I have from SNH the GIS layer which has the footprint of the golf course. Assuming that that GIS layer is correct, I can then locate myself within 2 meters of any position on a line, and that is what I did on the site visit.
Could you just wait a moment, please? When you use your GIS instrument, have you reprojected the mapping data from what I'm advised as EPSG 2770 to WG 584?
Don't answer the question, please. Sir, my learned friend is putting to this witness a body of what I think is verbal data which she has acquired. It isn't reflected in any, of course, in any of the inquiry evidence because it seems to relate to the site visit. What I would like to know is whether there is any data which the rest of us can look at, or do we have to simply take this on the basis of, forgive me, but it's primary hearsay as it comes forward. That doesn't exclude it as evidence, but there's no way of testing what is being put to Dr. Dargy as being an alternatively accurate or assumed accurate position. So this side is disadvantaged because we don't know what is being, we can't see what is being put to Dr. Dargy.
So I can rephrase the question. Let me approach it this way, and it's been discussed throughout your cross-examination. Does it not occur to you at all that there appears to be consistent displacement of your locations when compared to the applicant's locations of golf infrastructure?
I've considered this. With my instrumentation, I regularly, at least once a week, have a few positions where I check the accuracy. These are around my house, where I check the accuracy of the coordinates which it registers. I do that for my my Magellan instrument, which is the plus or minus 2 meters. I must emphasize that all the work in my model is taken with a different instrument, which is much more accurate. It will set you back £20,000 if you wanted to buy one new. But I'm satisfied that my Magellan has given me good results. The instrument was set up by the supplying agent, Positioning Resources in Aberdeen. It received GPS signals in WGS 84 format, which is a latitude and longitude measure, and then internally it converts it to OSGB 36 grid and generates the coordinates which are accurate to plus or minus 2 meters.
Well, I'm not questioning you as to the quality of the instrument that you're using, but you could equally have digitized the course layout incorrectly, couldn't you?
No, the digitizing for the course layout is yours.
Well, the incident, let's take the example of the edge of the sand cliff again. If it was correctly installed on the instrument, and if there were no other difficulties, then you should have been in the same location as Mr. Haspel was indicating, because he was using the course layout as mapped.
A map without grid.
I would suggest the fact that you're on the edge of a cliff where there is no golf infrastructure shows that you're not even verifying where you are by reference to maps and using some common sense to ask yourself why you would be in a location where there's no infrastructure shown.
Sound science doesn't rely upon common sense. You use hard data as represented on a GIS/GPS instrument.
But when you're obviously in the wrong location because it doesn't marry up with the course layout as shown on a map, reflective practice would surely have you asking yourself why and investigating why.
The lines drawn on the applicant's map for that area actually show the back tee quite close to the cliff. I would emphasise that I was not on the edge of the cliff. I was something of the order of 2 to 2.5 metres away from that edge.
Well, we don't need to debate that. The reporters were also present on the site visit.
Yes, and one reporter took a photograph of me there.
On Fairway 13 as well, did you not confuse the location of the Baltic Rush with the location of Shoreweed?
No, I did not. I made a mistake at hole 13 because I was simply referring to a map which doesn't have a grid. I was corrected by one of the reporters. The area which I mistook was actually another alternative location for Shoreweed further back along that fairway. There are several locations for Shoreweed in the area of hole 13.
Well, whatever the cause was of that, you accept you made a mistake.
I made a mistake there. It was quickly corrected.
So that concludes the cross-examination. There was one other matter that I was going to raise with Dr. Dargy, but in light of the time I don't propose to do so, but I would ask you to view the video clip that is lodged by the applicants in relation to the Not Cool video, which the applicants contend very strongly contains a number of misrepresentations by Not Cool as to the impacts associated with this golf course development, having in mind the other issues that have been raised with Dr. Dargy during his cross-examination.
So my learned friend is giving evidence about what you should take from the video. For our part, we're very happy that you view it.
Okay, we've made a note to do so. So thank you for now, Ms. Wilson. Let's take a break now for lunch, and let's resume at 5 to 1. Thank you.
Any help? I don't propose to be more than 45 minutes.
Mr. Campbell, can we have your re-examination, please?
Thank you, sir. Try and make this reasonably brief, Dr. Dargy, if we may. I'd like to take you back, first of all, to the formation of my clients, Not Cool, and your chairmanship. Are you necessarily conflicted because you are a part of a client body as well as acting for it, in your opinion?
You are potentially conflicted. I've striven all the time to maintain, in terms of my science, ecology and eco-hydrology, to make it evidence-based, and where necessary in other areas, I've sought to bring in other experts from outside Not Cool to provide information, again, independent on things like economics. But inevitably, when you're dealing with the work of others who make a video or go onto social media and use tweets, you cannot cover everything that they've done and said, and you bear an overall responsibility via that. So there is always the potential there. I've done my very best, certainly in terms of that video which was mentioned, to listen to both the script before and then the full video when it was made available. And I accept responsibility as chair of Not Cool for that.
Well, I wasn't asking about the video, but that's helpful. Were you approached to chair the organisation?
I was first approached in late September.
Listen to the question.
Yeah.
Were you approached to chair the...
I was approached.
Okay. And did you consider before assenting, or did you look for an alternative, or how did you respond?
I felt extremely uncomfortable. Throughout my life, I've never wanted to lead, but equally, I've never wanted to be led. I'm an independent. And in this case, the chairman said he could not speak for documents which I'd largely produced which related to the Ramsar designation. And I sympathise with him because they're complicated. And he asked to step down. And after that, I was asked to take over as chair, and I said I would like time to consider it, and I spent a weekend doing it. So yes, the consideration was done.
Thank you. Looking at proportionality, which is part of the lines of questioning followed up by my learned friend, comparing a third-party objector to a corporate applicant, did you have available to you substantial resources to spread the load of the work around amongst your colleagues?
We did not until we started a fundraising campaign via Not Cool, and the sums for that. This was set up almost immediately after I took over as chair. We used the funds to revamp the website, to employ an independent economist to produce a report, to employ a landscape scientist to do a landscape and visual assessment. I think those were the main elements of the costs which were covered by fundraising.
Yeah. Did you have substantial resources to begin with?
No, we had none.
So a local effort, you're not incorporated?
That's correct.
People have to muck in, making the tea as well as providing the scientific evidence.
That's correct.
Is that the way it is?
Yes.
Now, you told my learned friend, Miss Wilson, that you were sensitive to your own limitations in respect of hydrological expertise, and she took you to various points in your written evidence. Did you instruct your team to look for a hydrologist or a hydrogeologist who would help you with the work?
Yes, I did. I had my own contacts, and I was exploring those, and I instructed you in particular to go and look for a hydrogeologist, and you pursued several lines. In one case, you made a journey up to Aberdeen to discuss with a professor there, the professor there who supervised the PhD on the St. Fergus application. But he was not available. He apparently is in China at the moment.
Yeah. And did you, in fact, employ someone, instruct a statement of case, and then terminate that employment?
I did.
Was that because it was late?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Was that because the draft statement of case was late?
It was.
Yeah. And was that, just for the record, the 4th of December 2018?
Yes.
So before Christmas last year, you had no hydrologist?
That's correct.
And was it at that point that you took on, knowing your own limitations, the burden of making a hydrological assessment?
That's correct.
Did you ever, in that work, apply techniques in which you were not trained, such as, for example, looking at the fluid mechanics of water on the site, or things of that kind, things in which Dr. Bowie, we know, is well skilled?
I did not use any of those techniques. I only used the skills which I have as an ecologist and eco-hydrologist.
And you told us about the ecological analysis of zonation of plants from which you've drawn conclusions.
That's correct.
You've published, I think, your data points in full in one of the annexes.
Yes, I published the points for the locations in wetland habitat. Not all the points. There were 5,000 points for the model, but some of those are on the beach.
Well, just to understand then what we should find in Annex 1 to your inquiry report, which of course came later, you don't need to get it out, but perhaps you could just tell us what we find in there.
My point data is set out in Table 3, which runs from pages 12 to 83 in Annex 1. And in addition to the points, there are also attributes which are taken from the Albert Ecology NVC survey. So wherever these points landed in an NVC shape or polygon, the attributes for that location are also incorporated.
And consistent with the inquiry's timetable, these were published, were they not, as part of the inquiry documentation?
Yes, it was.
And so can be checked? And so can be checked?
And so can be checked, yes.
Thank you. When did you first see Dr. Bowie's conceptual drawing in APP 5.1, the one at page 28?
This
of the dunes.
Right.
I think we...
So, is this the Appendix 1, Figure 1?
Yeah.
Well, I saw it when his document was available.
So when you didn't see it before?
No. Well, I've seen the diagram before, yes.
You have seen the diagram?
I have seen that diagram, yes.
Right. Did that diagram help at all to lead you to any conclusions you've drawn from your empirical work?
Well, I saw the diagram as Dr. Bowie admitting that you can have a domed water table in a sand dune system.
Mr. Little asked you some questions this morning about whether, I don't want to misquote him, but he asked you about the presence of rock, where it's shown by the curved dotted line on that drawing, and you replied that it's a sand, or appears to be representation of a sand aquifer.
Yes, and it's described as a sand aquifer in the diagram.
Yeah, I have to say, the concept of a sand being a water-holding body may be a little counterintuitive to a layman. Just explain to me, if you know, please, how that works.
I'm not sure I can do all of this because in theory you would expect a water table to be flat or sloping in a linear manner rather than building a dome. I've checked the literature. I've actually emailed leading dune hydrologists, not just in the UK, but in Holland as well, asking if they can explain why you have a dome in sand. But on the basis of research and people who have actually observed water tables, know their elevations and have plotted multiple points, domes are reality.
Thank you. Now moving to something else. You were asked some questions about NC-106, which we've come to know as the mirror image drawing. You have that, please?
Yes, I have that.
Was this presented as part of the applicant's evidence, or was it something you recovered under freedom of information?
It was not part of the applicant's evidence as a diagram, and it has been recovered via FOI.
Thank you. And is the right way round drawing version of it in the not Coul papers the only copy that's the correct way round in the inquiry?
That's correct.
That's at NC 138B, I think. You have that. Which is your annex.
Yes, I have this as
Annex 1.
figure 2.
I'll just find the page number.
95?
Thank you very much. Last page, I think. So as it appears there, you have mirror imaged it, have you, and produced it as a not cool document?
That's correct.
Yeah. I just want to ask you one thing in the legend, if I may, and if you're not able to help me, then please say so. Of course, it's not your drawing, but you'll see the slope has immediately below it a dashed line.
Yes.
And looking at the legend, I'm not myself clear whether that is the inferred water table or the inferred geological boundary. And my question is this: do you know what is intended to be portrayed by the word inferred?
It means that the evidence of Dr. Bowie is incomplete. He's drawing from some evidence and trying to fit it together. In this case, he's drawn a dash line. It's inferred because he doesn't have the information, for instance, between the second borehole on the left-hand side, the inner one, and the first borehole lower down on the slope. So he has no sample information, detailed information on what is along that dotted line.
But nevertheless, nevertheless, a professional man could make an inference, couldn't he?
Yes, he can.
Now, this drawing also shows in pink the inferred fault. And I'd like to know what you understand that to mean. This drawing being a section, of course, through the ground.
Yeah, it's an inferred fault because the British Geological Survey has no fault lines in this vicinity, and I think the closest is some 4 kilometres away. And Dr. Bowie needs a fault in place to understand the different stratigraphies which are recorded in the boreholes BH01 and BH02, which were done by as a separate drilling contract in the summer of 2017, when Dr. Bowie was not present. He wasn't responsible for this work. So he has to use the work of others, and unfortunately the information in that drilling report was not complete. But what information we have, the different stratigraphies, you have a large difference between BH and BH01 and BH02.
A large what, sorry?
Sorry? There are large differences in the order of the strata for the geological sequences, which are only some, I think, is it 200 metres apart?
And your evidence today, I think, was that neither these two boreholes nor the monitoring wells, which we see further down the slope, are within the triple SI.
That's correct.
Are you confident about that evidence?
Absolutely.
Now, we saw and heard indeed today as well, sorry, it might have been yesterday afternoon, some reference to the CAR license application made by the applicants.
Yes.
And I think I understood you to say that the conceptual model had changed. I don't have a note of whether you said how it had changed. So my question is, 2 questions: has it changed, and if so, do you know how?
It has changed, but between the information in the planning process up to May, early June, we were dealing with 2 aquifers. We had a shallow surface aquifer in Dr. Bowie's report, and then we had a sandstone bedrock aquifer beneath. The big change which Dr. Bowie has brought in is that within the sandstone aquifer, we now have a confined aquifer, so what we call an artesian water body.
I can see in my mind a body of water enclosed underground. Is that a fair conception of it?
Looking down into the ground, it means that you will go through a zone without water, and you then come to a zone with water, and then beneath that you have another zone largely without water. So that's what's meant by confined.
But we're not talking about an underground cave full of water, are we?
No, it's not.
Talking about rock,
it is a zone within the water where it's a zone within the rock within which water is moving in quantity downslope.
Have you seen any borehole data, or indeed any other explanation, aside from Dr. Bowie's own judgment, to confirm to you that there is a confined aquifer?
No, Dr. Bowie's evidence.
Sorry, let me finish the question, please. To show that there is a confined aquifer in this location.
No, I've seen no other evidence.
Thank you. My own friend referred to your objections as nitpicking. How do you respond to that?
Incorrect. It's a substantive point which I'm making.
You've acknowledged that your conclusions are hypothetical until validated.
That's correct.
You've been shown, moving to something else, you've been shown what are characterized as errors in NVC mapping. Yours as compared with the applicants, the work of Alba Ecology. You've acknowledged differences of detail in response to a couple of questions yesterday afternoon. Have you validated your own mapping and verified that you're content with it?
Yes, I've done this goes back to 2017. My field mapping in the area was correct. In dealing with the Alba work, in constructing that lower diagram in the figure, I clearly made errors and I admit them. There is an earlier version of that diagram in the December, not Coul submission within the annex, and there I see that my legend for all the work done by Alba Ecology was correct. So I made my errors in the second submission.
Can I turn to something else now, please? You were asked some questions about significant adverse effect on the integrity of a triple SI. Yes. These were questions both yesterday and today. I don't want to ask you a legal question about what a significant adverse effect on integrity is, but I would like you to tell me what your understanding is of current Scottish Government policy on the question of how a Ramsar site, which is backed by a triple SI, or underlain by a triple SI, is to be treated.
It has to be treated as an SSSI.
Okay. I wonder if you could look, please, at NC-152, which I will show you. This passage here. Is NC-152 a record of Scottish parliamentary proceedings?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to hear where this is going to.
No, I just wondered if you had the document, that's all. Is that a record of parliamentary proceedings.
Yes.
Can you find the response, please, of the Cabinet Secretary to a question directed along the lines of how a Ramsar site backed by an SSSI should be dealt with?
I see a question which is numbered 17892 from John Finney, to ask the Scottish Government what assessment the decision maker should carry out for proposed developments with likely significant effects on the listed habitat features of a Ramsar site.
And does the answer refer to another answer?
It does. I refer the member to the answer.
That's right, you don't need to read it.
Okay.
Could you go to the one below, please? Mr. Finney asks another question.
To ask the Scottish Government under what circumstances adverse effects from a development proposal on a Ramsar site might be deemed acceptable.
And what is the response by the Cabinet Secretary?
It is Scottish Government policy to apply the same level of protection for Ramsar sites as that afforded to designated Natura sites. Adverse effects from development proposals on Natura sites are considered against the tests set out in Regulation 49 of the Conservation, Natural Habitats, etc. Regulations 1994.
Is there anything in that answer pointing to any form of equivalence with an SSSI?
No, it's we are being directed because of Ramsar status to Natura sites and the legislation which governs them.
Now we know, don't we, that the Scottish Government's position on this is reflected in other documentation, including SPP.
Correct.
And in interim guidance issued in January.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that that additional guidance differs from this parliamentary answer?
It does.
Thank you very much. Can I have that back, please? There have been a number of questions, just moving on, a number of questions about the accuracy of the equipment you have used to plot your data points. I think I've understood correctly that there are two pieces of equipment. One, you say accurate to within 2 meters, and one accurate to within a few centimeters.
Yes, the second instrument is accurate to plus or minus 3 centimeters.
3 centimeters. Do you from time to time calibrate these instruments?
There is no need for calibration of the 2-meter instrument, except my own personal calibration, where it's checked against some fixed points where I have it written down. In terms of the RTK instrument, it's sent away annually to be serviced and calibrated. And I undertook that in April 2018, and it will go away probably in April this year, and I have the calibration certificate for the machine.
Aside from the anecdotal questions you were asked this morning, have your site readings and data points been impugned in any way?
None, no.
You were asked some questions about SNH's response and varying response to this application over time. And you gave a reply, I hope I paraphrase you fairly, which was that at the Northern Planning Application Committee meeting, one or other of them, Mr. Mackay or SNH, was or expressed concern about indirect impacts.
That's correct.
SNH, as we know, lodged an inquiry statement, which I've no doubt you've read, and that was followed by an inquiry report, was it not, and Professor Angus's evidence.
Yes.
Would you take up SNH 28, which again I will show you in a second. 28, described as topic paper of Professor Stuart Angus on behalf of SNH.
I have that.
Thank you. Could you move into the document, please, till you find paragraph 24?
Yes, it is in a section titled Indirect Impact.
Certainly. Have a look at that, please, and tell me if you understand what Professor Angus is talking about. You don't need to read it all, just the first paragraph. Yes, it's mine. It's mine. May I just finish this question? Sorry, sir. Quite forgotten the question. This is a section in this document which goes through to paragraph 33. Is that right?
Yes, it does. Do you want me to read it all?
No, I don't. What I'd like to know, though, is SNH saying that it's satisfied that indirect impact problems have been overcome, or is it saying that some remain and require to be further considered?
I touched the screen and I've lost it, so my apologies.
Would it be an idea to read that passage whilst you're resolving your car issue?
Junior counsel, very useful. Hope he's insured. 24 to 33, Dr. Dargy, please.
So just while Dr. Doug is reading, can I just ask you to note, whilst I'm not objecting, the questions that were asked in cross-examination related to the contention that indirect impacts hadn't been addressed in the ES, not whether they'd been overcome.
I didn't hear all of that. I'm very sorry.
The question that was being addressed in cross-examination was whether or not indirect impacts were addressed within the environmental statement.
And I think you did stray to look at SNH's. Anyway, there's no objection to the question. Do you understand it?
I've gone through all the sections and I draw from it two major points. The first in section 24 is really the last sentence. Understanding the full potential for both direct and indirect impacts therefore involves a rounded, holistic understanding of the dynamic nature of the sand dune system and the fundamental importance of process connectivity. These are really quite general statements, but they are absolutely true in an ecological context because everything is interdependent in some way. A lot of the remaining information within this paragraph looks at fragmentation as an indirect impact. But I would see fragmentation initially as a direct impact. It's imposed by a Gulf footprint on the site, and then the features which Professor Angus moves on to are really the indirect consequences, where he refers to an island biogeography effect, which could reduce the number of species in a smaller patch.
Thank you. can you look next, please, and in the same connection, no, I don't think that on reflection doesn't arise out of cross-examination, so I'll just leave it. Yes, what with that. You were asked some questions today about whether there was any literature in existence, that was the word my learned friend used, pointing to the existence of a third aquifer. And I think you replied in the negative.
Yes, there is no literature available.
No. We should know whether or not it's the case that all aquifers are mapped. In your experience, are they?
At a smaller scale, aquifers are mapped by the British Geological Survey. And in this case, we will be referring to the two aquifers at Dornoch, which is the bedrock aquifer and the aquifer above that. But for small isolated coastal systems, my guess is they might not be mapped separately, especially if they are a previously unknown feature of the site.
It's a necessary corollary of that answer, isn't it, that you have discovered the aquifer?
I think I have discovered this aquifer, yes.
And that answer is predicated upon ecological zonation, which you've told us about.
That's correct.
Thank you, Dr. Dargy. I have no more questions. So thank you. No more questions in the examination.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you, Dr. Dargy.
Thank you.
Right. Can I ask you to switch the microphones off? Switch the microphone. Thank you. My apologies. Your microphone. Back on. Oh. Great. Thanks. Okay, we need to review progress, I think. If progress be the right word. Next in the sequence would be Mr. Good, and I'm presuming that's still your intention.
Yes, sir. Mr. Good's got commitments tomorrow, I believe, back in Edinburgh.
Have commitments tomorrow. I don't know if we can get through them both this afternoon. I think it's rather unlikely. But Mr. Westbrook can come back tomorrow afternoon. He's committed to the morning. It might be possible to take his evidence in chief today, because I don't anticipate lengthy cross-examination of Mr. Good.
Okay, you're happy then that we carry on to deal with Mr. Good's evidence, and then, if possible, take as much of Mr. Westbrook's as we have time for. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, sir, and that microphone, that would ensure that those witnesses who've been promised tomorrow morning can carry on as uninterrupted. But I wouldn't expect, if Mr. Westbrook is back tomorrow afternoon, that there'd be any difficulty in ensuring that his evidence was finished to allow a reasonable departure time.
And I don't have Mr. Westbrook is here. I don't see any permission, the reason why he shouldn't give his evidence in chief today. We have Mrs. Dewig in the morning with Mr. Mackay. And we might make a start on the conditions if there's a bit of lag time, but I'm sorry.
We also have Mrs. Dewig, we have Councillor McGillivray, Mr. Mackay, and Mr. Haspel if needed.
You're quite right. I was forgetting Councillor McGillivray.
So I think probably Councillor McGillivray will be expecting to give his evidence at the beginning of the day, or as near as possible, based on the correspondence we've had with the office. But that's helpful. At least we'll plug on as long as we can today, achieve as much as we can, and in the knowledge that if we're not finished with Mr. Westbrook, there's an opportunity to take the rest of his evidence tomorrow afternoon. Okay.
So if I could...
Before we start, I don't see for myself any need to re-examine Mr. Haspel tomorrow.
Okay, when you're ready, Ms. Wilson.
Sorry, so I'm just trying to find amongst all of this paper Mr. Good's precognition. Good afternoon, Mr. Good. You have your precognition and your inquiry report, do you?
I do.
Could I ask you just to go to your precognition, please?
Yes.
And by way of background, you're a director of Aventia Consulting in Edinburgh and have been a head of strategy and consulting at the Social Value Portal Limited. You're a consultant and investment banker background and an associate of the Chartered Institute of Bankers with a BA Honours degree in Modern Language and Philosophy from Oxford University. Separately, you set out your work experience, which can be read at paragraph 1.3. What is the nature of Social Value Portal Limited? What kind of work did you do there?
The Social Value Portal is a digital platform for measuring and reporting on social value. So essentially that consists of a data platform that can receive data, information about activities such as apprenticeships, jobs, local supply chain spend, volunteering hours, that kind of thing. And behind that sits a methodology, a socio-economic methodology for estimating the impact of those activities in socio-economic terms as a value, as a broader complement, if you like, to a standard economic analysis.
You're the second witness in this socio-economic inquiry session for the applicant. We've already had Mr. Blackett's evidence on Wednesday. Could you just explain the difference between the nature of the evidence you're giving as opposed to Mr. Blackett's, so everyone's clear as to your remit?
Yes, my role is to put Mr. Blackett's work in, I guess, a broader context. So in doing that, I'm looking at the Coul Links proposal specifically around the way it's constructed and the way it engages local economic opportunity and communities. The Mike Kaiser effect, why this is a particularly distinctive and special course, and what implications that has. I conducted a number of interviews with industry representatives, golf industry representatives, to test the presumption that this kind of course is actually something that the industry is attracted by and will be supportive of. Then I've looked at policy alignment with Scottish Government policy and considered local need and capacity in the Highlands and in more specifically in East Sutherland.
You say in paragraph 2.2 that the fact Coul Links is an open pay-to-play course and different from the traditional Scottish membership model. But that's a significant factor for you in considering Coul links in the tourism market. And then over the page, you set out a number of different considerations. What do you mean, one of which is the Kaiser effect that you just referred to. What do you mean or understand by the Kaiser effect?
The Kaiser effect, and this comes from the discussions I've had with various industry parties to explore this presumption that Mike Kaiser's courses are different and have some kind of cachet, and it essentially comes down to three things. First of all, there's a strategy, a minimalist design strategy. So the idea is that you find the right location, you do the absolute minimum with it to make it into a golf course. Secondly, there's a very deliberate focus on links golf courses as a particular type of course, because they are particularly attractive to American golf enthusiasts. And then the third element of the Mike Kaiser effect is the way in which Mike Kaiser's courses engage with local communities and create economic benefit, local economic benefit in those localities. And there's evidence to show that there are significant benefits flowing through to local communities as a result of those courses. So it's a composite of those three things. But then if you talk to the golfing industry, to the golf enthusiasts and the journalists, and I talk to golf tour operators as well, the Mike Kaiser effect for them means that this course is immediately attractive to them conceptually, and there is effectively a kind of almost like a waiting list to come to this course. So it's an eagerly awaited event to actually have a Mike Kaiser course. There's a scarcity value, I guess, as well associated with that. So the number of Mike Kaiser designed courses, for example, compared with someone like Jack Nicklaus, for example, is much lower. So they have this special cachet within the American golfing community, which means that this course, Coul Links, will go on the target list for American golf enthusiasts as soon as it is available to play.
Based on that discussion that you've had with the tour operators, I know it's in Mr. Blackett's evidence, that he describes his prediction of the number of visitors in year one as conservative. How do you view it based upon your in-depth research with tour operators and others involved in the golf industry, such as journalists?
So what I've done is just look at some of the evidence, look at the golf figures for existing Mike Kaiser courses, and what is clear from that evidence is that the number of rounds does start off at a very high level and then increases. So Bandon Dunes, for example, had a baseline target of 12,000 rounds, and I think in the first year it did 23,000, and is now, as a complex, doing 40,000 rounds a year. So there is a demonstrable attraction to these courses, because one of the things to bear in mind is that these courses and these clusters of courses, which is a kind of important point I think we probably need to come back to, have been created in locations where previously there was no significant golfing presence. So when you think about the question of additionality, very clearly in the case of those courses, these were additional golfing visitors to that particular location, and in large numbers.
Bandon Dunes was discussed 2 days ago with Mr. Blackett, and in particular I think it was suggested to him that it was Bandon Dunes joined a cluster of existing courses. What's your understanding as to what the baseline was before that course was built?
Well, my understanding of the Mike Kaiser strategy is that he he always starts off with one golf course, and that initial Bandon Dunes golf course was extremely successful. But he realizes that in order to get people to come back, he needs more courses in that location, and he needs to create a golf destination which has multiple opportunities to play. So yes, it's fine to have a successful course to start with, but you straight away need to build on that and add further courses. The interesting dynamic with Coul Links, of course, is that those additional courses exist already. So effectively, the cluster strategy gets a leg up by virtue of the fact that we have Royal Dornoch, Golspie Bora, and Tain already in place. So that should de-risk it from an investment perspective, I think, compared with some of those American courses.
Okay. Section 3 of your recognition, you set out there the conclusions that you draw over a few pages from the research you've carried out. If I could just ask you some questions on those rather than have you read them out. The first one is in paragraph 3.1. In summary, your conclusion is that Coul Links is strategically significant for the reasons that you summarise in 3.1.1, 3.1.2 and 3.1.3. What would you say to the reporters are the most important reasons?
There are essentially two reasons why I believe this development to be strategically significant. And by strategically significant, I mean that it matters at a Scotland level, whether or not the project goes ahead. And those two reasons are, firstly, that it adds a significant asset to the pool, if you like, of golfing resources in Scotland, and where at a time when tourism is one of the 6 key target growth areas for Scotland, golf tourism is seen as a very significant subset of that. High-value golf tourism is clearly an important way of driving up the value added in that sector, and this one is it has the ability to transform the positioning of Scotland internationally, and this is what's been suggested to me both by my conversations both here and with the American market relative to other opportunities to play golf elsewhere. So just to put that a bit more kind of specifically, the general view and the kind of starting point for an American golfer from a travel perspective, travel to Europe perspective, is that St Andrews is always going to be very likely to be your first port of call. But the question is then, we're talking about golfers who do multiple trips. They do frequently. They do golf trips with their friends and so on. Where do they come back to next? So whereas without Coul Links and without this cluster, the likelihood is that it might be St Andrews first and then probably somewhere in Ireland second. What Coul Links does is potentially transform the ranking so that the second visit is also to Scotland. So that's why we've made a big thing about additionality within generally within the submission that we're making, because the market is telling us that it changes the way in which its clientele, the American golfer, see the relative opportunities to come and play golf, the attractiveness of different places. So this additional cluster that arises as a result of the development of Coul Links has a very strong opportunity to change the positioning of Scotland in international golfing terms. So that's the first reason why I've come to the view that it is a strategically significant development. The second, I think, is about how we approach the whole question of rural economic development and the way in which the Coul Links project has been developed, with an emphasis on the golf course and an emphasis on maximising the amount of economic benefit that happens off the golf course. So in my report I estimated that around 73% of the total value created by Coul links would go into the local economy, as opposed to staying on site. And the reason for this is that the developer is not building hotels, is not sort of building big restaurants or any other facilities, significant facilities on the site. So is looking for the local supply chain to take up the slack on that, and at the same time creating opportunities such as the community investment opportunity in EMBO and the Golf Foundation, which ties in Brora, Golspie and Tain, to maximise the way in which the economic benefit of this course is spread around the region. So my second argument as to why this should be considered to be strategically significant from a Scottish perspective is that it offers a model for rural economic development that I think can be replicated. It might not be a golf course next time, but it should set a standard for future significant developments in rural areas to ask the same sorts of questions about how can we engage the local supply chain, how can we maximise the value here, how can we make sure that the community has a share in the upside of this project.
Thank you. And perhaps at this point, relevant to the question of sharing the benefits off-site, an issue raised by Ms. Duig in her evidence is that the creation of jobs for such a development would add problems to the local community in relation to housing and services. Particularly, she has regard to migration into the area and questions whether or not there is sufficient housing, and questions whether or not there's the capacity to cope with such a migration. What comments do you have in response to that?
Well, there are quite a number of aspects to that question. I suppose the first point to make is that the primary risk, I think, is not so much inward migration as outward migration, and I think that was touched on yesterday, and maybe we can come back and talk a bit more about that later on. But just in terms of the inward migration point, the nature of this development, I think, is not one which creates significant risks and pressures on local services. It's a sustainable business model. It's one which builds on existing capacity, will grow existing capacity as well in the local and regional area. So it feels to me like the sort of challenge that can be managed over time, and it's really, if you like, it's a problem of success in the sense that if you have economic growth and you have people wanting to come into the area and you're looking to reverse the decline and the depopulation in the area, you're going to have to think about how you provide additional services and support. But it doesn't feel like the sort of challenges that some other areas of the UK have faced with very rapid and very significant inflows of people. For example, they're building a new nuclear power station down in Hinkley Point in Somerset. That's a massive impact on the local economy and local services, and all these people being dropped in at one go. This isn't that sort of order of magnitude. It feels much more like a manageable process, really. I think Graham made the point yesterday, very validly as well, that research shows that migrant workers contribute more in taxes than they cost local services. So it really becomes a question of how you manage the timing of that revenue and the cost. As I say, I think it's eminently manageable in the scale and time scale of Coul links.
Turning on in your recognition, you set out in summary the key supporting arguments, and these are identified by underlining. So the first one is the developers have the right to track record and business. Sorry, page. Well, above paragraph 3.3. The developers have the right track record and business strategy to attract high-spending tourists. And this was also dealt with by Mr. Bucket.
Yes.
And in 3.6, there's reference there to the commitment that Mr. Warnock has already shown towards this area and the value that's been generated. When you say I'm not asking about the high-spending tourists because that's already been dealt with in our evidence, but is this again linked to the Kaiser effect?
Yes, and also to Mr. Warnock's, as you say, existing commitments that he's made to the local community. I guess looking at it, taking a step back, when in these sorts of situations, when you're looking at a major new investment, an innovative development approach that requires a lot of investment and is groundbreaking, if I can use that phrase. In many cases, it is just a matter of credibility, but the interesting thing about this project is that there is a track record, there's an evidence base that shows that it's been this kind of thing, this kind of development has been done before, it's been done successfully, it's been done to the benefit of local communities. And that should give a high degree of comfort that this can be repeated here as a strategy. So from an investment banker perspective, if you like, if I go back to where I sort of started my working life, that would give me a lot of comfort.
And the second other point you make is above 3.7. The type of development proposed will create significant benefits for other businesses in the local economy. You've already touched on that, and you set out there in summary the evidence that you base that on. The next point is development of the golf offer through Coul links is important to East Sutherland communities. There's been evidence to the inquiry already from witnesses giving evidence in support of the application. And both Mr. Mackay and Mr. Hampton from Dornoch Golf Club gave evidence as to the steps that would be being taken and how they expected that they would benefit. Mm-hmm. And then separately, the professional from Tain Golf Course gave evidence as to the benefits that they saw. Stuart Morrison from Tain, sorry. You're, in your main report, discussing that liaison that they've had with them. What is the significance that the reporters should take from the fact that they are already planning ahead to benefit from the introduction of Coul links?
Well, I think that demonstrates that this is an opportunity that has mutual benefits within the golfing ecosystem, if you like, of East Sutherland, and that these clubs recognise that this is a great opportunity for them to be part of something which benefits them and benefits the communities that they serve. So they've understood that and they've clearly seen that. And what encourages me is that not only is that the case, but actually it's got to the point of agreeing terms for the foundation, or a charter for the foundation, which defines how these clubs are actually going to be working together. I guess one of we might all be entitled to say, well, really, well, wouldn't Coul links just say that anyway in order to kind of keep people happy and so on? But I think it's clear from that this is part of the business strategy as well. So Coul links needs to create this cluster. It's serving a market which comes over to the UK in blocks of time, that wants to fill those blocks of time with playing golf, and therefore needs to be able to kind of play other than at Coul links and also other than at Royal Dornoch. So it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, I think, both for the clubs and for Coul Links.
Thank you. And 317 to 320, you deal with the question of whether the development is an important development in national policy terms. You set out there the particular policies that you have in mind. Looked at in that policy context, why is it that you, or what basis would you say that it's a nationally significant development?
I guess it comes back to the 2 points I made earlier on, that the Scottish Government economic policy has identified 6 areas, 6 target growth sectors, one of which is tourism. That seems to me to be the principal target growth sector that the area can focus on. Then the area can say, well, we're doing something that ties in with the government's overarching strategy. But the point is that the resources, the assets that this area has in order to deliver something that is genuinely going to make a difference to delivering that growth strategy are significant, and the Coul Links course creates the opportunity to provides the catalyst for that to happen, and so the economic growth model is this for me. This is very much what inclusive growth is about. So it's about saying, as a country, we see our assets, and we see our opportunities, our skills, and our potential in a certain way, and under certain, and categorised in different ways. And there are certain things that we can do as a country to be successful. Now, if we do those things as a country in a way that distributes the benefits to the regions, to people within those regions, to communities within those regions, then that is inclusive growth.
At the beginning of your evidence this afternoon, Mr. Good, you referred to the fact that you saw it as foreseeable that Scotland would replace, or East Sutherland would replace Ireland as a destination for as a second destination for the golfers. How does that fit into Scotland's economic strategy and the growth sector area, the tourism growth sector area?
Well, that's golf is an internationally competitive market. Tourism is an internationally competitive market. Scotland has to compete with other countries in order to win a greater share of that tourism market. So ensuring that second choice as well as the first choice in Scotland for golf tourism with US golfers is clearly a very practical and specific way of meeting that sort of objective.
And then the next point above paragraph 3.21, East Sutherland is an economy at risk and needs to develop sectors that generate sustainable jobs and career pathways. During Mr. Blackett's evidence, there was a debate over whether this development would deliver high-quality jobs. What's your view on that matter?
So if I could take that in 2 parts, if I may. So if I could just talk about this kind of phrase, at risk, and what I mean by that. As part of my research, I wanted to kind of look at the evident need in the area for economic development, and the point has been made, I think, that this is not a location, it's not a region that is showing particular signs of deprivation if you look at the deprivation indicators. However, the deprivation indicators are very much lagging indicators because they're based on old data, and they don't show the more recent picture. But I don't think the deprivation indicators would necessarily pick up the key challenge anyway. And the key challenge, I think, is the is the age profile of the working population and the percentage of working population that exists in Sutherland and the way in which that's likely to change. And the Highlands and Islands Enterprise did a survey of young people which showed that a very significant number of young people felt that they didn't want to live and work in the area, that there's an outward migration of young people that is happening, and this is a Highland problem. It's an island problem, but it's a particular issue in Sutherland as well. So the at-risk point is about saying, well, unless something is done to reverse that trend, then in a generation or so, this area is going to have a problem in terms of it's going to be lacking a significant population, significant working population, and it's looking at significant decline unless it does something to retain young people, to get young people to choose to stay or to migrate in. So the question about sustainable jobs, then, if we move on to that, there's a point about the jobs themselves and the quality of the jobs, and the question about how you see that in the context of the kind of business activities that can reasonably be expected to grow and develop in East Sutherland. And as I said before, it's clear to me that tourism is one of the major parts of that. So the question is not about whether there is some other industry sector, say life sciences or whatever it might be, that could be somehow parachuted in to this area to generate higher value jobs. The question is, how do you upskill the jobs within the golf industry and within the tourist industry more widely? So the aspect of this research that I think gives me confidence in that area is the level of interest that both University of Highlands and Islands and SRUC have in Coul links, and the way they see that as a way of helping them to move on so the University of Highlands and Islands, for example, has its golf management degree course. So it's a BA or BSc, I forget which, but it's a degree level course based in Dornoch, and it's clear to me that there's a whole range of different types of jobs that can be associated with golf courses, and some of them are entry level, some of them managerial level, some of them are apprenticeships, some of them provide career paths. The salary ranges are there is a range, but there are good jobs and there are entry level jobs, and the point is to raise the bar within your available economic opportunity. If I could just refer back to Bandon Dunes, the University of Oregon did an economic impact study of Bandon Dunes, and we submitted that study as part of the evidence to this inquiry, and it found that on average the pay packet of people working at Bandon Dunes was 5% higher than the county average. So that gives the lie to the suggestion that we're talking about low value, underpaid jobs here.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That concludes the evidence, the Chief says.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, your questions, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Good.
Good afternoon.
Nobody on this side of the room denigrates the effort to create high-quality tourist attractions. So I'm not sitting here saying never build a golf course, but I've got some questions about the aspirations which you've articulated.
Mm-hmm.
Is it right to understand that, in your view, the success of the operation is very dependent on what you've called the Kaiser effect?
It is a Mike Kaiser Core Crenshaw course, So that
It will be, if allowed.
if allowed, it will be. Is in concept, it is a Mike Kaiser core Crenshaw course. So that's effectively designed in from the outset. And what I've gleaned from my industry discussions is that the Mike Kaiser effect is already happening in relation to Coul Links if it goes ahead.
That wasn't the question. The question was, is the success of the project dependent upon realization of what you've called the Kaiser effect, which is the celebrity that goes with Mr. Kaiser's name?
It's not about celebrity. I mean, the celebrity comes as a result of the. I laid it out earlier in terms of the sort of three key points aspects I thought were built up the Kaiser effect, but it's the way in which Mike Kaiser is recognised to deliver these courses. There are other golf course designers that, on the face of it, have more celebrity, if you like, and this is more fundamental. This is part of the business plan. It's part of the business model.
Okay, let me try and put it to you another way. If it was a Nathan Good course or a John Campbell course or an Ailsa Wilson course, then it wouldn't have any notoriety in international terms at all, would it?
No.
So what we have here is a course proposed which has got the label of a celebrated golf course developer.
Well, I would take issue with the word label. I mean, this isn't just a label. This is fundamental to the way in which the course has been designed, developed. The entire business strategy is built around the way in which the philosophy and the vision that Mike Kaiser has for his golf courses. So it's not a case of saying, well, here's a golf course, let's sprinkle some Mike Kaiser dust on it. This is a fundamentally it's either this Mike Kaiser course or it's nothing at all. It's not somewhere in between.
Well, I'm struggling a little bit with that, Mr. Good. Mr. Kaiser is a successful golf course developer in the United States, and he has homed in on the development of links golf as, if you like, his trademark, his USP. Is that right?
He's certainly homed in on links golf courses, yes.
Yeah. In the United States, we've read about Bandon Dunes. We'll come back to that. We've read about his development in Nova Scotia. I've asked some questions about his development in Tasmania. And even in Nebraska, landlocked Nebraska, he's developed on sand dunes, hasn't he? So it's a combination of seaside development.
Are we talking in Nebraska or are we talking about Wisconsin? Not Wisconsin.
Maybe I thought we were talking about Nebraska, but I'm quite happy to be corrected.
There's definitely one in Wisconsin. I was kind of going with you on the Nebraska one, but I'm not too sure. Yeah.
No, it is Wisconsin.
Mr. Bryant's right. I'm very impressed, sir. Quite happy to be corrected. Of course, Wisconsin's not landlocked, which is the next thing you're going to correct me about. But that course, Sandy Hills, is in fact well inland, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that's right. It has
Just for the record, it's Sandy Valley.
Sorry?
Sorry, Sand Valley.
Sand Valley, yes, yeah.
What did I say?
It's okay.
We're not doing very well. We all know what we mean, I think. Well, we know what I mean, anyway. Now, how important on top of the Kaiser, let's call it a brand, please, because it is a brand of a sort.
Yep.
How important is pegging the course in the Golf Digest League, high up in the Golf Digest League?
Well, that provides a very clear signal to US golfing enthusiasts. So it is important that it does achieve a high league rating, and it's demonstrably the case that Mike Kaiser can achieve that with his courses.
My instructions are that
I wonder if you would let the witness finish, please.
I thought he had.
No, he
sorry.
hadn't.
Have you finished?
Well, I think the reason, I mean, I guess it's sort of a little bit of a question about what makes a brand a brand. And I think in the case of Mike Kaiser, it's because he delivers on courses which provide the kind of experience that golf enthusiasts are looking for. So, there's a lot of substance to the brand. It isn't simply. It's I hesitate to use another name of another famous American, but the brands come through it are kind of have different levels of density, if you like, in terms of what the underlying product is.
Well, I didn't ask you a question about marketing technique or following through on a brand. What I asked you was, how important is it to the success of the project? Because we have heard evidence about that. How important is it achieves a senior ranking in the World League of Golf Courses?
I think it is important for it to do so, as I say, because US golfers see that as a signal that it's a place they should go and play.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kaiser, according to my instructions, has developed 13 golf courses, of which one is in the world's top 30. Is that a statistic known to you?
Well, I'm aware that Cabot Links is in the top 10.
No, that wasn't a question. But one of his courses is in the world's top 30.
I am
Golf
not too
Digest.
sure about the others.
You're not sure?
I couldn't.
If that statistic is right, then that means that 92% of them are not in the top 30. And they may be somewhere further else down the league.
Well, all I can say to you is that talking to industry leaders, industry commentators, there's nothing equivocal about their enthusiasm for Mike Kaiser courses,
I didn't say there was.
Well, so I think the ranking is an indicator, but it's not the be all and end all of the course.
I'm just looking at the credentials which this proposal is giving itself as a proposal which is coming to East Sutherland, where there are already golf courses, and is proposing to be inserted onto environmentally protected land. That's the balance we have to strike here. So, another question. How many of Mr. Kaiser's courses have been developed on environmentally protected land?
I don't know the answer to that question.
The designer of the course, Mr. Coul, is not a witness in this case, in this inquiry, but we are told has been here many times, and we have his layout in front of us. Mr. Coul...
Sorry, can you repeat that? His what in front of him?
His layout, his course layout.
His lead?
Layout.
Oh, layout, right. Sorry, I thought you said layout.
No.
Well,
I hope I'm not that indistinct. His golf course design in front of us. Now, my information again is that Mr. Coul and Mr. Crenshaw have built 49 courses, and they show these on their website. And once again, only one of those is in the Golf Digest top 30.
But they are extremely highly rated as golf course designers. Now, we can do, league tables are league tables, but they are just one way of measuring success in any walk of life. I think the reputation of Coul and Crenshaw as the foremost or amongst the foremost golf architects is undoubted. Mm-hmm. I think people would tell you that. So I would suggest that you look beyond just the rankings.
Yeah. It's not me that's introduced the idea of pegging on in a league of golf courses to this inquiry. It's your clients who have stated quite unequivocally that their aspiration is to climb that ladder and be in the very top of the league. So it's your clients who've made this an important feature of what they propose to encourage the Scottish ministers to give them planning permission. Now, they've employed Mr. Kaiser, or they've partnered with Mr. Kaiser. They have employed Mr. Coul and Mr. Crenshaw, who are undoubtedly celebrated architects. And yet we see from those two very simple statistics that it's not that easy, is it, to get into the top league?
It's never easy to be the top with anything. I mean, that's just...
It would inevitably involve displacing something out of the top league in order to take its place.
But numerically, that's
inevitable.
So,
yeah. And Mr. Warnock, for all his ambition, has not developed golf courses. and has no golf course credits to his name, except possibly his handicap, by which I know nothing.
Is that a
Sorry, I
question?
didn't hear that.
It's a question.
Well,
That's right, isn't it? Mr.
could you repeat the question, please? I didn't hear it.
Of course I can. Delighted to. Mr. Warnock has not developed golf courses as far as we know. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that's particularly relevant to this inquiry, because we have Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Coul and Crenshaw who are delivering that expertise. And
I think I'll intervene here. Relevancy really isn't a matter for you. It's a question to answer the question put to you, and obviously there'll be an opportunity for your own counsel
to the best of my knowledge, and our side can correct us on this, Mr. Warnock does not have prior experience in developing golf courses.
Thank you. You make something in your precognition and in your inquiry report of the cluster effect. And you've illustrated this by reference to Bandon Dunes. Can I understand it's correct that Bandon Dunes is actually 5 golf courses now?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And that it has also around it what we might call extensive resort facilities.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As does Cabot Links in Nova Scotia, as does Sand Valley in Wisconsin, as does Barnbougle Links in Tasmania. Coul Links doesn't intend to build those facilities, does it?
No.
No. And although we have in place around the area a number of golf courses, they are geographically separated from Coul Links by some distance. Isn't that right?
So if you're talking about Tain, Royal Dornoch, Brora and Golspie, then there's a degree of separation, but not anything that can't be managed in terms of transportation.
No, indeed. And that wasn't going to be my proposition. But at Bandon Dunes, one can walk from one golf course to another. One can walk from one's hotel to the golf course. We're not going to be able to do that at Coul Links. I don't mean to say it's a good or a bad thing. It's just a fact, isn't it?
It's a different model from those.
Tain, Golspie, Brora, that's half an hour around the coast. Castle Stewart a little further.
Indeed.
So we haven't quite got a cluster of golf courses. What we do have is a series of golf courses which are geographically separated.
Well, I would describe it as a cluster. It's a cluster in the sense that it makes sense for those golf courses to collaborate on joint marketing, for example, on transportation, and for golfers to stay in the vicinity of those courses and play a number of those courses within a manageable period of time, say sort of 6 to 8 days or whatever it might be. So I would say that is a perfectly legitimate cluster.
As part of that effort, there is already in place a pass, isn't there, among the golf courses in East Sutherland?
A pass.
A pass which enables golfers, to move from one course to another.
I think this is about creating a business model, and I think that's the point about sort of forward booking has been touched on in this inquiry
Perhaps
already.
you don't know the answer.
And it's putting in place those strategies so that people from the United States, for example, can plan a golf trip which involves more than one of these courses.
Yeah. Of course, they can do that already.
They can do it if they they may not. It may not come to their attention that there are other courses that they can play.
Did your research in coming to assist Mr. Warnock with this inquiry encompass the activities of golfing agents and how tourism is actually managed in the main?
I talked to one of the leading golf tour operators as part of this.
That's what I mean. Isn't it the case that serious golfers wishing to cultivate an area and play in a variety of places tend to make their arrangements in advance, booking transportation, booking overland transportation, perhaps hiring clubs, perhaps arranging for hotel rooms, perhaps even booking tea times, so that if they come for 7 or 8 days, they know what they're doing each day.
Absolutely.
That's right, isn't it?
Which is the reason for the Golf Foundation, to enable that to happen, and draw in the other clubs into that process.
But you say in your report the idea of a strategically coordinated cluster is unique. Initiatives under discussion included incentivized pricing to encourage play at lesser-known clubs and so forth. This is not unique, is it? This already happens here.
I believe it is unique in the way in which it's being conceived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it.
Yes, but well, clearly not. But that means there's only one of them if it's unique.
It does. It does.
What does that mean? What does it mean?
As far as I'm aware, so the Scottish Golf Tourism Strategy talks about regional clusters, regional growth clusters of clubs, and I'm not aware that clubs in other parts of Scotland have started to develop a formal collaboration for sharing resources in the way in which the foundation is proposed for Coul Links and the other clubs here.
Have you looked at activity in Fife?
You mean around St Andrews?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not. As I say, I'm not aware that there is a formal.
Have you looked at that sort of activity in Fife, East Fife?
Well, I looked for evidence of other collaborations in Scotland. I didn't find any.
Didn't find any. Have you looked at East Lothian?
As I say, I looked for evidence.
Yeah. Have you looked at Aberdeenshire? Have you looked at what Trump International does with Merck and Royal Aberdeen?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I think this is different.
Have you looked at Ayrshire? What Troon does with Prestwick? 2 courses in Prestwick.
No, I haven't.
You haven't. All right. Well, can I suggest to you that unique may not be the right word, and that actually what you are articulating is quite a well-travelled road, albeit perhaps with a new brand, some capital letters, and some better marketing. The idea of collaboration amongst facilities to bring visitors into an area is not a new one.
No, but sorry, apologies. Finish your point. I'm sorry.
No, I finished it.
So I was just picking up on your albeit, and I guess we can debate this, but there are a number of other features which you've just alluded to there, which do move this on and make it different, fundamentally different in my mind, in terms of the level of cooperation that's taking place to those other things that you're alluding to.
I guess the question might be this, Mr. Good. How will a foundation with this sort of cooperative facility enhance the number of visitors when what it's likely to be able to do is being done already? It's not a new idea.
I think what it will do is it will create a destination in East Sutherland that uses the assets, the advantages of all of the clubs that participate in this foundation to bring new visitors to Scottish golf who would otherwise have chosen to go elsewhere. So that's the additionality point, and that's clearly, I'm just speculating, or not speculating, but I'm, that's my estimate of what the result will be.
Well, speculation is your word, and I can suggest to you that it is just speculation, because the jewel in the crown here is Royal Donald Golf Club, and that's the magnet, isn't it, which brings high spending, good, skilled American golfers to this part of the world.
Certainly, it does attract a lot of American golfers to this part of the world. It's a membership organisation, as you're aware. So that places limitations on availability of tee times, and it doesn't address the question of how you give golfers the incentive to stay in East Sutherland in isolation, because it's at the moment it's likely to be a single trip up from Inverness to do Royal Dornoch and then back, maybe back to play Castle Stewart. So the connecting piece is Coul links.
No, Mr. Good, the connecting piece is the inadequate number of beds for those visitors to stay in East Sutherland. And if that's improved because Coul Links comes, then Coul Links has had a beneficial effect. But the missing link in your equation is bed nights, isn't it?
So obviously a difference between beds and bed nights.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking bed nights, I mean beds. Accommodation.
One of the points that Mr. Westbrook's analysis missed was that the Dornoch Hotel has 106 beds, and my assessment, I looked at the part of the work I did was to look at the capacity, the local hotel capacity, and I think it's in an interesting place. I think there is capacity in the local market. It needs to be developed, and it needs to be it needs to step up to the opportunity that's presented in terms of quality. So it's not there in terms of quality at the moment, but it will get there if it's a little bit chicken and egg. If this development goes ahead, it's clear from discussions with the Dornoch Hotel, for example, that they're ready to invest in their hotel in order to make it suitable for the kind of visitor that we're talking about. So there's a point here where we have a base on which to build in terms of hotel accommodation. It may not be quite where we want it to be, but the investment signals, if they're strong enough, will come in, and that will enable that investment to take place. And we've seen some of that already, I think, in terms of the anticipation of the potential for a Coul Links, in terms of some of the changing quality of some of the accommodation in Dornoch, for example. So I think it's wrong to assume that it's simply a static question of is there enough capacity in the local hotel sector to meet demand, and if there isn't, this is going to fail as a proposition. The market will move to fill that capacity. The question then becomes whether the jump that the market has to make to fill that capacity is too great for it to be an investable proposition, and I don't think it is too great. I think there's enough here to build on.
What you seem to be saying is that the hotel offer in Dornoch has adequate capacity, but it isn't classy enough.
In number terms, yes. Yeah, adequate.
Is that fair? It's rather crude language, but that's what you're saying, isn't it?
So broadly, but I would not. I'm talking about I think we should be talking about the region here as well. So there's capacity elsewhere in Golspie and Brora and in Tain. So
well, whether you're talking about Dornoch or talking about the slightly wider region.
Interrupted.
I'm sorry,
I'm
objecting.
Okay.
No, I wasn't objecting to the question, but you began asking another one, as Mr. Good said so.
No, that's I'm content.
If I interrupted you, I'm so sorry.
Yep.
I didn't
No,
mean to.
don't worry.
I think I put the proposition to you rather more crudely than you did, which was that there is sufficient quantity but not enough class. I think you answered the question with general agreement.
Broadly, yes, I
Yeah.
would agree with that.
Well, explain to me then as an economist how it is that a new golf course, and let's assume the aspirations for quality are met, how does a new golf course, adding 18 holes, 15,000 rounds a year, let's say, improve the classiness of available accommodation? What I think you're saying is it's a magnetic effect and that will draw in hotel investment on new golf course.
Yes, because these are high spending individuals.
Yes.
and they will expect that accommodation to take place. And if you look at think about the sort of time frame within which hotel development can take place, it fits very well with the cycle that we're looking at here in terms of the golf course. So it's not as if we're having to wait a long time for that market to catch up. So the signal, as I say, the signals are out there already. The hotel sector is very much aware of this development, and there are preparations that are starting to take place to be able to move forward quickly and take advantage of the opportunities. So
this could happen now, couldn't it? If the existing golf courses got together and improved their marketing offer.
What Coul Links does is it provides at a stroke an iconic course that is going to draw a certain number of high-spending tourists from the US who are ready to come to Scotland in order to play this course and to build their golf trips around it. So it's a catalyst. It's basically, it unlocks a significant, identifiable proportion of the golfing market that people can then start to plan around and plan for.
Okay, let's think about something else. We've talked about Mr. Kaiser, and we've talked about high-spending tourists. In several points in your paper and your recognition, for example, at 3.1.1, you talk about a national need for more high-quality provision.
Yeah.
Now, Scotland is favoured with a large number of golf courses. Of those golf courses, a large number of them are links courses, more than anywhere else in the world. I think per capita and also per country. There are, according to Golf's Tourism Strategy, Development Strategy 2013, that's APP 620, or there were rather 700,000 rounds in 2010. Where do you get the idea that there is a need nationally for an additional high-quality golf course?
So that's part of. So Visit Scotland have said that they believe that there is a need for product, if they call it. Now you're quite right. There are a large number of courses in Scotland and a large number of links courses in Scotland. There are not very many open pay-to-play courses that are destinations for international tourists in Scotland. That's a much smaller subset of that total golf course number. And of course, if you're Visit Scotland, you're interested in drawing in high-spending visitor numbers. So it's a very particular type of golf course we're talking about here. It's one that is a core element of a tourism strategy, which most of the membership courses around Scotland are not.
Let's say there are 750,000 rounds played in Scotland a year, and let's say Coul attracts 15,000 a year when built and operating. That's only one round in 50.
How many of those? How many of those 750,000 rounds are international golf tourists?
Well, that is what I was going to ask you. This is a market which is always going to grow, isn't it?
I don't think there's any such thing as a market that's always going to grow.
Well, it's for me to ask the questions and you to answer them. Is this not a market that is always bent on growing? It's always trying to grow.
It's a market that is growing at the moment, and so the midterm assessment, I think, of the Scottish golf strategy was positive.
Yeah.
So
and Coul Links
and it's
developed. Sorry, you've not finished.
And there is there is significant potential for growth in the future. But I'm not quite sure I'd say it's always going to grow. I think.
How do we know there's sufficient potential? There's significant potential for growth.
specifically for Coul Links, which is what I've focused on, because of the industry discussions that I've had. That there is, and it's been expressed to me that there is a demand for this offering, which is a Mike Kaiser, Coul Crenshaw designed golf course in Scotland, which is the home of golf, and from a golf enthusiast's perspective, that actually moves you beyond. So at the moment you can play Mike Kaiser Coul Crenshaw courses in the US. You can play other iconic courses in Scotland, and suddenly you've got a Kaiser Coul Crenshaw proposition in the home of golf, and that's exciting a lot of people. So that's the basis on which I've concluded that there is a demand for this product.
But this is really marketing a product which is available at various levels all over Scotland. The fact that it's got these labels on it may be a useful marketing tool, but the product is the same, isn't it? As a non-golfer, the product is playing 18 holes from on sophisticated territory, which is beautifully looked after and beautifully designed. It isn't, forgive me, rocket science. It's golf.
I'm not a golfer. I don't know if you're a golfer. So I have to take the word of the experts when they say to me this is a very distinctive proposition that is being designed by Kaiser and Coul Crenshaw.
But the experts all sitting behind you all have an interest in the outcome, which is...
No, they don't all have an interest in the outcome.
Let me finish. They all have an interest in the outcome because they want to build this golf course in this location.
No, so the experts include people like Jerry Tard, who's the editor of Golf Digest, and Matt Ginella, people who have a significant public reputation in golfing enthusiast circles in the US, who have to be seen to be objective and serving their audiences in terms of giving their views on where is best to play and what the great opportunities are. And these are not people who have a vested interest in seeing Coul Links being built.
Well, with great respect, the editor of Golf Digest is hardly likely to say that this is a rubbish idea.
He may well do, because there are, I think as you've alluded to, there are large numbers of golf courses to choose from, and there are lots of people who I'm sure will be more than happy to lobby him for their particular developments. So I'm absolutely sure that if he felt it was a rubbish idea, he would say so.
I've been instructed that there are 84 links golf courses in Scotland. Does that coincide with your research?
I haven't counted them.
You haven't counted. What difference will it make if Coul Links is not a resort course? In other words, it is a golf course on its own with a clubhouse and probably a catering facility, but no hotel, no housing on the Trump model, no resort on the Bandon model, no other activity for non-golfers on the location. You see what I'm driving at?
Yes, and I think that for me that's one of the very positive aspects of this development, that none of that is taking place. So the difference that it will make is that a significantly greater proportion of the economic value generated by that course will find its way into the local economic ecosystem, if you like. My estimate was that around 3/4 of the spend of a typical golfer coming to Coul Links could find its way into the local economy.
Well, we know what it costs to play golf. We know that people have to be employed to look after the golf course. We know that caddies have to be employed. We know that drivers have to take people back and forth. Is that what you mean by percolating in? Sorry, let me finish again.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you mean by percolating into the local economy?
And we also know that people have to eat somewhere, and we know that people have to stay somewhere.
So you're talking about the consequentials of just simply coming to a place and spending money to conduct an activity.
What we call indirect spend.
Isn't it the case, though, that there's a corollary to that, and that the high-spending transatlantic visitor will tend to bring his family, or her family, will tend to look for resort facilities, such as he might find at Glen Eagles, might find in East Lothian, Ayrshire, around Fife, to name the obvious places. I don't mean any harm to Aberdeen, but of course it's less of a resort town. You see my point, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there are different market segments here that we're talking about, and there'll be plenty of international golf tourists who are attracted by the resort concept. There are others who will be attracted by what they see as potentially a more authentic experience, and one which gets them away from that kind of resort concept, and where they get to see some of Scotland, and clearly, if this is badged as the home of golf, and there's the heritage side of things, old Tom Morris and all of that kind of thing, there are there are lots of opportunities for expanding and the experience of your trip by not staying in a resort, and these things come and go in terms of fashions, I think, and there is certainly a segment of the travelling public that is not satisfied just to simply stay on one site and sit by the pool or do whatever it is they do. That they do want to kind of get a sense of the place that they're actually coming to play. And one of the guiding principles of the sort of Mike Kaiser approach to designing courses is that sense of place, and he's using that links idea and the coastal aspect and the dunes that you've referred to create that. So a natural corollary to that is to build on that and to build on the heritage that's in the area around it.
But the person who experiences that, from your evidence, sounds to me like a man travelling without his family, or a lady travelling without her family, a dedicated golfer perhaps playing more courses than one course, not people travelling en famille to have a resort experience in Scotland.
And the first kind of target segment of the market for this course will be those, we call them buddy trips. So
men travelling in groups.
Men travelling in groups, and that's an important segment of this market. But I think what the courses, the Kaiser courses, tend to find is that people might return with their families, so they might do it as a buddy group in the first instance, and then come back with family.
We don't have any data on that.
We don't have any data on that. But, it's not a business model that's predicated on golfers bringing their families.
In thinking about jobs in the Highlands, a little more widely, have you taken into account the job opportunities a little further south, particularly at NA-HLD, which has recently announced a very large investment, and at Wick, where presently work is going on the Beatrice wind farm?
Yes. So Highlands, obviously, geographically quite a large area, and so Caithness has its own economic drivers, and there is some of those opportunities will be significant for local communities, but the sense is that there does need to be a strengthening of the tourist offer in East Sutherland in order to meet the demand for jobs going forward and to retain young people. NIG is fine. There is a this is a mixed economy, and you know, there will need to be other opportunities as well.
Do you see any inherent contradiction between the aspiration for what I might call middle market golf, Kaiser playing down the impact of a golf course on the one hand, and the aspiration to attract high net worth individuals on the other? If the green fee, I've just asked two questions at once. If the green fees at Coul are not as high, for example, as they are at Royal Dornoch, then one assumes Coul is looking to attract perhaps not simply rich American tourists, if I can use a cliche, but more ordinary people who've made the trip. Is there any inherent contradiction there?
The target model for Mike Kaiser's courses, I think, is to some degree agnostic about the level of wealth, if you like, that those individuals have, because it's about golfing enthusiasts, and those golfing enthusiasts might be high net worth individuals, but they might also be relatively middle income people who are able, you know, have found a way to kind of do that iconic golf trip and do it regularly because maybe they don't have kids or whatever it might be. So it's not pitched on a kind of on a wealth basis. So I don't see there are any inherent. It's not an aspirational play, that's for sure. In the same way that maybe some other courses are.
I think I have read somewhere in the papers that the American domestic golf market is the largest in the world. So this is seeking to take a slice of that, isn't it, in the season, and bring it to Scotland. It
sits alongside that domestic golf market. The cost of playing golf in America is quite high, so the economics of a golf trip actually can be, you know, reasonably attractive. Actually, you know, the fact that you're travelling across the Atlantic Ocean to play golf might not be as significantly more expensive as playing at home than you might think. But it's, I mean, it's obviously, as you say, it's a huge market. So this is a very specific offer, and would. So I don't think there's a kind of displacement point in here particularly.
I wasn't so much looking at the displacement point, but just trying to understand where the Coul market is being drawn from. We have the sort of mythical high net worth American golfer, which is the essential predicate for this project.
Well, as I say, I don't believe that's the case. It's not.
Well, I think that's what your clients say, isn't it?
I don't think we've ever said it's a high net worth target market.
No, I was interrupting because I can't really hear the question because you're sitting back from the microphone and you and Mr. Good are having a conversation together.
Sorry, shall I move round? So perhaps you'd like to repeat the point.
I would like me to ask the question again, which I've forgotten. It seems to me that in looking at the aspirations for Coul, the essential predicate for success is the high-spending transatlantic golfer, whether it be American or Canadian. I think you've more or less endorsed that proposition today.
If I can be a bit picky, if I may, you referred to a mythical high net worth American golfer.
Mythical's the wrong word, I apologize.
And high net worth has a specific connotation as well, I think. I think we would accept the high spending description, but that level of high spend comes for a variety of reasons. So this might be, you know, these are people, they're clearly people that have sufficient disposable income to come to Scotland and play golf. There's no doubt about that. And there are people who are willing to spend significantly when they get to Scotland, because they're not going to skimp on the trip of this nature. As I said before, I think there's some choices that American golfers have to make in terms of domestic play versus playing overseas, and actually the underlying cost of playing in the States can be relatively high. So actually it might look like not such a bad deal to come over to Scotland and play. What I think is fairly well established is the level of expected level of spend that you would get from a typical golf tourist coming over from the States. So the figure I was quoted was between £550 to £650 a night, and that's it's regarded as a fairly sort of firm number, and it's attractive from clearly at that sort of level. It's an attractive number for.
Is that a number that's extracted from empirical data?
I believe so, yes.
I believe so. Not sure.
Well, it's been quoted to me by industry operators. So,
does any part of the success of this project depend on a segment of the domestic market or the European market?
Not significantly. I think there will be elements. There'll be a proportion of golfers coming from Europe and elsewhere, but the target market is American.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful. Finished now.
Can you just bear with us for a minute, see which questions have not already been asked and answered? Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me, please, Mr. Good. Taking up paragraph numbers in your recognition, starting with paragraph 2.9. In that you say no other region in the UK or Irish market has as many proximate seaside links courses as East Sutherland. Do you think people living and working in East Lothian, for example, might query that? In making that point, have you totaled up the number of courses in East Sutherland and around the Murray Firth, as it were, versus the other clusters, say in East Lothian or in North East Fife or wherever?
I have to confess that statement was probably made with a little bit of haste, and perhaps I should have done the exercise that you're just suggesting, because I haven't counted the number of links golf courses in East Lothian.
The other point is a wider one, really, and it relates to, if you like, the Kaiser effect and the idea of people being drawn from the United States to play golf at Coul links, and the alternative choices that they might make. I suppose the first question I would put to you is what do you think is the main attraction that draws people to play golf in Scotland at the moment, as opposed to all the other places that they might play?
So if we're talking about the American golfing market, if we can sort of focus in on that, there are the two two things that came up consistently in the conversations that I had with industry representatives were reputation and critical mass. So from a reputational perspective, clearly playing at St Andrews is absolutely top of the list in terms of Scotland, but it's not necessarily that easy to book and play there. And the critical mass point is that there need to be a number of places where golfing tourists can play and want to play when they make their trip, because they make a decision to make a trip, and it's generally, I think, for the American tourist market, sort of somewhere around a week. They need to know that there's enough in a geographical area, approximate geographical area, for them to do in terms of playing, and they want to play golf. They come to play golf. So those.
I suppose my question, I suppose you're looking at the factors in play. I'm looking at something a bit more specific, I think, which is, why do people put Scotland at the top of their list if they do play golf? You're saying Scotland first, Ireland second.
Because Scotland has the links course experience, and I think it's probably fair to say that Scotland is regarded as having the best links courses, and it has the history of golf, which is particularly certainly attractive to the American market. So that sort of sense of tradition of coming to the home of golf makes a big difference, I think, in their decisions.
So, having made that decision to come to Scotland, we're learning that obviously the first choice might be St Andrews, but there are a number of other almost equally famous, perhaps not as famous, but internationally famous clusters, and presumably at present those would be the next choice. Would there be the sort of Muirfield or Carnoustie or Ayrshire cluster?
Potentially for the next Scottish trip, but past St Andrews, my understanding is that then it kind of, the field sort of widens out somewhat, and it's not necessarily the case that the next golf trip would be back to Scotland. What the Coul Links proposition does is it adds that additional component of a Mike Kaiser designed course to the mix. So it strengthens the case for Scotland being a destination for an American golf tourist.
But if Scotland currently has 13 world-class golf courses, as I think we've been told previously, and 4 in the Golf Digest top 10, then presumably there's a number of very enticing options for your second visit to Scotland, are there not?
So there are a number of factors in play here. There's questions around there is some clustering, as you've alluded to, in places like East Lothian, for example. In other cases, there isn't as much clustering. There's the fact that many of these courses are membership courses, which makes them harder to secure tee times and harder to build golf destinations around. This is, I guess, this kind of comes to the heart of the golfing business case for this proposition, and I think that is the take weighing all those factors up. The view of the backers of this project is that this is very much additive in terms of the what's on offer in Scotland.
And in that vein then, are you comfortable with the suggestion that's been made elsewhere that a third of the visitors to the course, once the course is well established, would be, I think it was called Coul customers. These would be the visitors who were coming to Scotland, as I understand it, to play golf exclusively because of the lure of the Mike Kaiser course. Are you comfortable with that as an assumption?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm very comfortable with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, your questions when you're ready.
So I wonder if we could maybe have the afternoon break at this point and I could just go back over my notes.
Yes, okay. Let's have a 10-minute break then. Thank you.
You asked a number of questions, Mr. Good, from Mr. Campbell, as to what the rankings of golf courses built by Mike Kaiser were, and you referred to the fact that you didn't focus so much on that as more what you learned from your industry interviews about the Mike Kaiser effect.
Yes.
The two were separated out. On the first hand, you were asked questions about Mr. Kaiser and separately about Coul and Crenshaw. Can you go to your inquiry report, please, in section 5?
Yes.
And under the heading Vision in 5.4.
What's the paragraph number, sorry?
I'm sorry?
The paragraph number.
Paragraph 5.4.
5.4.
You say, with the highly reputed Coul and Crenshaw design team, the plan is to develop a course that will immediately feature in the top 30 of golf courses in the world. Mike Kaiser's reputation for developing successful links courses in North America underpins the developers' confidence in this project. Further evidence of this objective is the statement by Bill Coul of Coul Crenshaw at the public consultation event, in which he said, "We have built many fine golf courses globally, several of which feature prominently global rankings. However, we have never seen a finer property for links golf than Coul Links, and are humbled by the prospect of building a course in sacred Scotland, the home of golf." From your interviews with the industry, how would you weigh the combination of both those factors as opposed to setting them apart and looking at each of them separately?
You mean between Kaiser and Coul Crenshaw? Well, I think it is a combination of those two factors, and it's seen as a successful partnership in the golfing industry. So that's not to say that a Mike Kaiser course not designed by Coul Crenshaw would necessarily be unsuccessful, but the combination of the two, it's a formula that seems to work and that is recognised by the industry as producing a particularly good result. It's regarded as being one of the strong partnerships in the golfing industry.
In that connection, you were asked at the end of your evidence by Mr. Bryan whether you were comfortable with the assumption that visitors would come to Scotland specifically to play a Mike Kaiser, Coul Crenshaw
Yes.
golf course. When you carried out your industry interviews, which you set out, pages 10, 11, 12, and 13, what confidence did you gain from speaking to these different people that you refer to there?
Well, they were very enthusiastic about the prospect of another Mike Kaiser Coul Crenshaw course, and particularly enthusiastic about the idea that it would be in Scotland. And that was, I would say, that was unequivocal. And there seemed to be no doubt, certainly in the minds of the people I spoke to, that this course would achieve the ranking that it needed in order to attract enough numbers of golfers to come and play here.
It was suggested to you from Mr. Campbell that you were relying upon the views of people sitting behind you, i.e. the developers. But the particular individuals who you list over these pages, did they have any specific personal connection to the developers?
To my knowledge, no. So much, personal connections in terms of, well, I suppose we should say that
well, maybe
they were known to one another.
Known to one another, but putting it to you in the way that it was being put to you by Mr. Campbell, that they stood to benefit out of the development proceeding. The implication being they stood to financially benefit out of the development proceeding.
Yes. No, I had no sense of that. I mean, for example, I mentioned Matt Janella and Jerry Tard, but also Sam Baker, who runs one of the leading tour operator companies. Sam, Mr. Baker, sees this as an additional product that he can sell to his clientele, but a very attractive addition to the portfolio that he can bring to them. So I think it was a dispassionate view of how much this would mean to the industry, this new course, and as I say, they were all unequivocally enthusiastic about it.
You were asked about other clusters, and two were put to you as to whether you had investigated them. One was in Ayrshire, where there was a reference to Turnberry, two at Prestwick, and then another one at Troon. Do you regard that as a cluster when they're, well, let's take Turnberry and Troon, for instance, which are the two final courses out of that cluster?
I don't actually think I mentioned, with respect, I didn't mention Turnberry. I'm referring to Prestwick and Troon.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So would you regard Troon and the Prestwick courses as a similar cluster to the ones in East Sutherland that you've been addressing?
Well, I think you could designate these. I mean, the term cluster doesn't have a specific definition to it, so you can look at all of these grouped courses and say there's effectively a cluster. In my mind, a cluster of golf courses implies more than two, but that's just my personal view. It's just about how you, if you think about that sort of golf week, then you need a few options in terms of playing during that golf week, and two courses probably doesn't quite do it for you. There are recognisable clusters in East Lothian and in Fife, there's clearly some great courses in East Lothian. I live in East Lothian, so I know them quite well. But it's the collaboration framework that Coul Links is starting to build that I think makes it distinctive and able to face the market, the American market, in a way that is moving the whole industry on.
Sorry for interrupting. Can I just ask a clarification? It's just related to that, and I think a slightly earlier question about Coul customers. And is it your understanding that let's just limit it to those golfers who are coming just to play Coul, or wouldn't have come to Scotland but for Coul Links? And so in terms of additionality, and you were talking about the value of the cluster, and the dynamics of a week's holiday and finding places to play and so forth. So for you, for those golfers coming across, let's say it's for a week, they're coming to play Coul Links, they're going to play other courses as a result of that. How far afield does that holiday spread? Are we talking about a holiday that's wholly in the cluster in the Highlands, or is it half here and half somewhere else? Have you got a sense of how that works?
So my sense is that you could sort of structure it in a number of different ways, but my sense is that the preference is for a single destination with a number of courses within relatively easy reach. So I'm sure there will be golf tourists that come over here and say, well, we're going to split our time between the East Coast and the West Coast, for example, and that might be a conscious decision. But the message I was getting from the industry discussions was that it's highly attractive to be able to fly in and do just that's your main journey, and then you can shuffle around to different courses within that region. I think there's an interesting question about how, if this establishes itself, how far up the coast it could theoretically go, because there are other courses that could potentially be looped into this. And obviously with things like North Coast 500 and so on, and the way in which the tourist market is developing in the Highlands, that could possibly expand the cluster. But that's the starting point, I think.
Okay, so if we're thinking about additionality in terms of Scotland and the additional spending on green fees, accommodation, food and drink, travel within Scotland, your expectation is that the great majority of that would be clustered here rather than spread around the rest of Scotland?
So yes, I mean there might be an Edinburgh stop, for example, or something at either end. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's been helpful.
So far as proximity is concerned, I think you said in your words, main journey would be the transatlantic flight into Scotland and then get to the destination and shuffle around, I think as you put it. Do you have in mind the type of distances between different courses in a cluster that would be more or less attractive?
I think it would be wrong of me to pretend to have looked at this in a huge amount of detail. I think the travel times are significant, so the ability to spend not too much time in the car or on the bus, I think, is a key element of this. The kind of the way in which the sort of standard add-on for Royal Dornoch at the moment is described kind of implies that that's fine to, and that's approximately an hour's journey from Inverness up to Royal Dornoch, play around, then back again. That feels to me like the sort of maximum that you would want to do in a day, because if you just think about you're here for a holiday, and you're not going to want to spend most of your time traveling around, so you don't want to spend half a day, for example, to get to another course.
Go back to your answer to me. I'm sorry, sir, I'm finding it very distracting, the conversation.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, I wonder if you could just allow us to concentrate on the questions and the answers. It is very distracting. Thank you.
In answer to one of my earlier questions as to what you consider would be a cluster, you said more than two. Another cluster that was put to you by my learned friend Mr. Campbell was Aberdeenshire, which was said to comprise Trump, Merry and Royal Aberdeen. Would you view that as a cluster that would be attractive to the American market? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Merca, did you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think Trump Aberdeen appeals to a very different type of golfer.
What do you mean by that in terms of very different type of golfer?
Well, think the point I made earlier on about the kind of off-site experience, and that's obviously something quite different at Trump Aberdeen, and the quality of the course. In certainly at least one of the conversations that I had with the industry, comparisons were drawn between perceptions of Trump courses against as opposed to other course designers, and the view certainly with the people that I spoke to was that, if you like, the Kaiser Coul Crenshaw offer appeals more to the kind of, I don't know how you describe it, the aficionados, the sort of real golf enthusiasts, and perhaps the Trump courses are a little bit more aspirational in their sort of target market. But sorry, to come back to your original question, I think you could certainly call 3 a cluster. The question, I think, is really about how we keep coming back, I think, to the implied question around additionality. To what extent is this course going to make a difference to the golf offer that Scotland has in a way that attracts, on a net basis, more people to come and play golf in Scotland? And my considered view is that this is sufficiently different from what is currently on offer and structured in a sufficiently different way for that to be a strong proposition, that it will attract a material number of new, valuable tourists to Scotland.
In your answers on this point, you mentioned the difference between the tourist who might want the resort effect, particularly if they're travelling with family and not just by themselves, or a buddy's trip, as you called it. But the sense of place was of importance. To what extent do you consider that locations such as Brora and Golspie and Tame enhance that sense of being within the home of links golf?
I think they do certainly make an important contribution to that, and they are not leading courses in the sense that they are not the primary factor that's determining the choice of destination, but the ability to go and play these slightly less well-known courses, which are nevertheless regarded very highly, and are also links courses, I think will add to the attraction of the overall proposition. And of course, there's a history, there's a sense of history with all of these courses. So if you're playing them, then you kind of know you're playing somewhere where a lot of generations of golfers have been before you, and I think that also makes a difference.
And the distinctiveness quality that you were referring to, it was being suggested to you that it was open to American tourists at this point to advance, or tour operators to in advance make a booking. But for the industry, and I'm referring more to the tour operators now, how would they view the fact there's a single point of contact for coordinating all that booking around different courses?
Well, I think inevitably they will see that as a very positive aspect of this. I mean, there's the ability to kind of pull together a package is clearly made a lot easier if you've got a single point of contact. There's an important point here in terms of maintaining the distinctiveness of the courses that participate in this arrangement. So it's about getting that balance right. What I'm identifying is that sort of proactive business development approach, which recognises that the combination of these courses is more valuable than the sum of the parts, essentially.
And in the sense of the combination being more important, of the other clusters in Scotland that are discussed, in the event that there is the Mike Kaiser Coul Crenshaw course, together with the World Number 2 course at Royal Dornoch that is a major draw to the US market, do you consider that would add to the distinctiveness of this cluster, the East Sutherland cluster?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, that's critical, yeah. I mean, Royal Dornoch plus a Coul Crenshaw course, Mike Kaiser Coul Crenshaw course nearby is that is genuinely unique, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, and thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you. Right, it's now 20 to 4. We're happy to continue providing everyone else's to at least get started on the next witness's, Mr. Westbrook's evidence. Are you happy with that, Mr. Campbell? Okay, well, when you... Absolutely, yes. Let's take 5 minutes then.
To Steve Westbrook, to the inquiry. He is an economist, as you will have seen from the papers. Mr. Westbrook, you should have your recognition and your inquiry report. If you could just begin from paragraph 1.3, I think, and just read aloud, and I'll stop you if I need to.
I'll just start at 1.2. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. My involvement in appraising the Coul Links development stemmed from being asked by Not Coul to review the economic impact report produced by Bigger Economics for Golder Associates in June 2016. I quickly identified that the scale of impacts at the Scotland level seemed too high, and that there was a lack of clarity in how the job figures in the reports were calculated or estimated. In impact analysis of projects that are tourism related, it's normally necessary to use FTEs, full-time equivalent jobs. I don't know whether earlier in the week the concept of full-time equivalent jobs was discussed. It's a bit complex, but it's the main way of quantifying employment impacts. The Bigger report appeared to mix jobs that could be seasonal and or part-time with full-time equivalent jobs. Now, there was no mention in either their original reports or the updates about the fact that jobs were full-time equivalents, but then when I saw the precognition, it did then state that the jobs should be regarded as full-time equivalents, which actually raises a different set of questions. Sources referenced by Bigger included Scottish business statistics and Scotland input-output tables, but the former, in other words, the Scottish business statistics, relate to jobs, and the latter to full-time equivalent jobs, with the ratios in the two sources between employment and gross value added GVA reflecting this difference. For sectors like accommodation, food service, retail and so on, where there's a lot of seasonal jobs, using a source that refers to jobs rather than full-time equivalent jobs gives you very different answers. Other weaknesses in the original Bigger report that became apparent on closer reading included assumptions about additional trips to Scotland that golfers would make because of the addition of Coul Links to its golfing product, especially in Bigger's figures by year 10 of operation. Extensions of stays in Scotland by golfing visitors due to playing Coul Links, the extent of off-course spending by visiting golfers, the variability of jobs and GVA ratios between the local area, Highland and Scotland. So as I give examples, some of them just don't make sense. And an apparent underestimate of rounds played at Royal Dornoch by members who are normally resident in Highland, their guests and local day visitors playing the course rather than golf tourists, people like myself, in other words, i.e. people spending at least one night away from home due to playing golf. So these are people who count as tourists. That's the official kind of definition of a tourist in Scottish tourism, that you have to spend at least one night. You could be from Scotland or from the UK, but you're a tourist if you stay at least one night. In view of this, I agreed with Coul that producing my own independent impact report would be more useful to people weighing the economic value of the development against environmental and other factors than simply writing a critique of the bigger reports. So this report was produced in December 2017 with some updated and revised content and impacts contained in my inquiry statement, January 2019. The precognition summarises the key points from that inquiry statement, but also takes account of the revised reports produced by Bigger, which I did not obtain until after I'd completed my statement. So in other words, I had to, the final date for finishing my statement was the same as the final date that Bigger had, so it would have been good for me to have seen those, but I didn't get that opportunity. I've unrivalled experience in the UK of socio-economic impact analysis over more than 40 years, having obtained an economics degree from Cambridge in 1971, and with hundreds of impact reports having been produced for Highlands Islands Enterprise, Highland Council, Scottish Enterprise, the Scottish Government, and a wide range of other agencies, organisations, community groups and businesses. I've been at the forefront of the development of impact methodologies and from empirical evidence from previous studies, including detailed company accounts, have derived ratios for typical employment impacts from tourism spend, earnings per full-time equivalent job years and so on for the Highland economy and sub-areas. So I use a combination of official sources but also actual data from companies.
I think you haven't added this, but you live in Nairn, is that correct?
I live in Nairn, yes. Although commissioned by Coul, my impact assessment has taken a completely independent perspective, and the analysis would have been the same had it been commissioned by an organisation such as Highlands Islands Enterprise or Highland Council. My familiarity with golf in the north of Scotland comes from membership of Nairn Golf Club and visits to play on most of the other courses between Nairn and Brora, including Royal Dornoch on a number of occasions, Golspie and Tain, where I'm actually playing in a few weeks' time. When the Walker Cup was played in Nairn in 1999, I carried out a visitor survey and impact study of the event. That actually involved looking at a lot of other golf impact studies. Interestingly, Bigger do not show earnings impacts as well as job and GVA impacts, but their GVA to job ratios suggest that earnings per job, which are typically around 50% of GVA per job in Scotland, whether a job is one that's seasonal, part-time or a full-time job, and that will be low. In other words, generally lower for off-course generated employment, and in some cases much lower than 20,000 a job. In fact, when you look at the statistics, it would seem that a number of the jobs, as we know they are actually less than 15,000 a job, a full-time job, that is. So this is relevant to the relevant importance of the development improving the local and Highland economies and to the difficulties that employers would face in recruiting additional staff to meet increased demand. So the principal assumptions and uncertainties, taking into account anecdotal evidence on visitor rounds played at Castle Stewart, Nairn and other relevant courses, a lot of these figures are not published, I would consider 15,000 rounds by Year 5, which is the main year I've taken, or 10, which is where the Bigger report goes to, with something like 200 days available for play, to actually be a good outturn. And that assumes that the course achieves its quality and reputation aspirations, as have been discussed today. Golfers and groups of golfers who choose to take a golfing holiday in Scotland will have been influenced by a large range of factors, including Scotland's golfing heritage and the large number of both world-class and other high-quality courses that can be combined in a golfing visit of varying length, typically a week for US golfers who are expected to represent a significant proportion of Coul Links visitors. I don't believe that one additional course in the far north of Scotland will make much difference to the great majority of these holiday decisions. Wishing to play on the old course at St Andrews, the home of golf, and having made this arrangement, choosing which courses near St Andrews or other courses in Scotland to also play on. A previous visit, which prompted them to return to Scotland to play different courses than on their earlier visit or visits. In terms of that, if Coul links through marketing spend by itself or in combination with other East Sutherland area courses, by hotels and others in the areas, and through social media, can bring itself to the attention of potential repeat visitors, it should have some influence on repeat visit decisions, especially to visit the far north of Scotland rather than other parts of Scotland with high quality concentrations of high quality courses, with displacement in other parts of Scotland rather than in Highland, which comes out in the figures that I've projected. A desire to play at Royal Dornoch is a major factor for reasons given in the bigger report, and choosing also to play at Coul Links rather than another course in the north or elsewhere in Scotland on a holiday of limited length. In other words, if people, for example, are flying from the US to and from Scotland on a Saturday, they've got 6 days, and they obviously within that 6 days they've got quite a choice of where they go, what they do. The availability of tea times at particular courses on the day that they are able to play on the course during their itinerary. This will give some trade to Coul Links, especially in its early years, which will have been displaced from other relatively high-profile courses in Scotland. I mean, people will be aware if you've got a book well in advance that you can't necessarily, even if they're next to each other, play on 2 courses on consecutive days unless you happen to be able to get tea times. Taking account of the factors summarised above, I believe that a maximum of 10% of my assumed relatively high scenario of 15,000 Coul Links visitor rounds in year 5 would be by golfers who would not have had a golfing break in Scotland without the addition of Coul Links to its products. In assessing golf tourism impacts from these assumed 1,500 additional rounds at Coul Links, it's necessary to add impacts from other rounds that would be played in Scotland by these people who would not otherwise have visited Scotland. And for the purpose of this analysis, these other rounds are assumed to total an average of 4, in other words, 5 if you include the Coul Links round. My assumption for impacts from direct employment at Coul Links over the year, annual purchases of supplies and services and caddy employment are broadly similar to Biggers, but to estimate off-course spend, I've assumed a lower average per golf a day, assuming 350 off-course rather than 462, which reflects spending opportunities and assumed patterns of stay as well as non-golfing activities. So to estimate the employment impact from this visitor spend, I've used generally accepted ratios between spend and full-time equivalent employment supported by this. For example, the ratios derived from survey evidence used by Global Tourism Solutions in their STEAM, which is Scarborough Tourism Economic Activity Model reports for different parts of the UK. So there's actually a lot of evidence from these and other reports about the ratio between tourist spend and jobs, whereas Bigger in their report seem to think I've made these figures up. I believe that Coul Links, together with the East Sutherland Golf Course cluster that's being developed, will tend to increase the number of rounds of golf in Highland as a whole at the expense of other parts of Scotland. And in my view, that will broadly counterbalance the positive impacts in other parts of Scotland from these new golfing visitors to Scotland. So because of the following uncertainties, I believe that the year 5 scenario of 15,000 golfing rounds at Coul Links is also the most likely for year 10, whereas Bigger have modelled an increase from 15,000 in year 1 to 20,000 in year 10. So these factors are reductions in the playing of golf by younger people who are increasingly favouring cycling, gym exercise and so on. The course not achieving the international profile and reputation to which it aspires, which is very difficult to be sure of at this stage, with the 15,000 rounds per year only achieved through discounting or additional marketing spend that reduces overall commercial viability. An example of that is Castle Stewart, where they offer, for example, packages of £200 for 4 people to play, which is less than their normal rate of over £200, just to get to local people, just to get the course used. Difficulties in booking complimentary rounds at Royal Dornoch the day before or after. and an increase in the exchange rate for sterling, reducing golfing and other tourism demand in Scotland. One of the main reasons, in fact, the main reason for the big boost in Scottish tourism in the last 4 or 5 years has been the sterling exchange rate, especially since the Brexit vote. And that makes a big difference both to people coming from America and other countries, but also people in the UK not going abroad. And that can change in both directions over the next 5 or 10 years. So, summary of the impacts. A bit more difficult to take the numbers in, but through the calculations that I've made, my best estimate for year 5 are 79 full-time equivalent jobs and 2.56 million in GVA at today's prices for the local area, 275 full-time equivalents and 9.02 million GVA in Highland, and 93 full-time equivalents and 3.3 million GVA in Scotland. So this all takes account of displacement in different areas and overlap in the different areas. So in relation to 15,000 rounds, although having used a different method and different assumptions, this actually is quite similar to Biggar's estimate for Highland. About half of Biggar's year 5 estimate for the local area, although more similar if Biggar's jobs are converted into FTEs, which maybe they now are, but very much lower than Biggar's estimates for Scotland. My year 5 estimates of 93 full-time equivalent jobs for Scotland compares with Biggar's estimates of 252 in year 1 from 15,000 rounds, rising to 444 in year 5 and 684 in year 10. So that's a big difference between 93 and 684. And the difference is due to Biggar's assumption that additional visits to Scotland due to Coul links will grow to become 1/3 of all Coul customers, as they call them, by year 10, and of lesser but some consequence that 1/3 will be people extending their stay in Scotland. Presumably that means they would have stayed for, say, 4 nights, but once they come and find that Coul links is there, they then stay for 5. Both of these assumptions are considered unrealistic, and the resulting impact estimates in Biggar's report of 684 jobs in year 10 is sense-checked in my report. Again, as I said at the beginning, it was my first look at seeing that the report just didn't look right. Now, research by KPMG in 2013, commissioned by the Scottish Golf Union, which is actually quoted by Biggar, estimated that golf tourism supported 2,100 jobs in Scotland in 2011, and that excludes expenditures by golf tourists actually playing golf and purchasing golfing supplies. Now, for year 10, Biggar's estimate that Coul links will generate 684 additional jobs in Scotland includes 651 that are not related to Coul links' own employment. So, in other words, it's the 651 that is seen by Biggar as the golf tourism impact. For just one course, however good, added to all of the courses already available to golfers in Scotland, to increase the impact of all golfing tourism in Scotland by such a high proportion seems completely unrealistic, even if the 2011 KPMG impact figure will now have grown from the 2,500 to 3,000 jobs. As summarised in my inquiry statement, the pro rata impacts in Scotland from the Coul links course from figures in reports on golf tourism in Scotland in 2011 by KPMG and by SQW, which is Seagull Quince Wicksteed, in 2016 would be around 100 FTEs in year 5, which is close to my year 5 Scotland impact estimate of 93. But I did that sense check afterwards. It didn't actually create my estimate of 93. On the construction side, which is less important, but based on other construction projects, potential construction stage impacts, including supply chain and induced impacts to employee spending, based on a total project cost in the region of 8 million, might be, on my figures, 32 FTE years and 1.9 million GVA in the local area, 80 FTE years and 4.8 million GVA in Highland, and 120 FTE years and 7.2 million GVA in Scotland. Actually, those local figures are comparable with Nathan Good's figures and actually higher than Biggar's figures. So that's the precognition report, John.
Thank you. Just in that last paragraph, 3.7, what period are you talking about?
Well, that's over however long the construction period is. So these are FTE years in this case, rather than FTEs. I mean, one of the complications about FTEs is that people tend to refer to an FTE as a job that's there every year, if you like.
Okay.
Convention is that they last for 10 years. So if you're converting construction FTE years into FTEs, you actually divide them by 10, which is why in the bigger picture they're not that significant.
I wonder if Mr. Westwood could just slow down a little bit in giving his answers. It's quite hard to note it.
If you could go into your inquiry report for me, please, and find paragraph 2.3. I just want you to explain these two tables to the reporters, please, what you want us to take from them.
Well, at the bottom they summarise my figures, and then so that people can see how they compare with Biggers, then I give Biggers comparable figures for year 1, year 5 and year 10 in the local area, Highland and Scotland. I called the bigger ones jobs and mine FTEs because at the time I wasn't clear, and there was nothing at all in their reports that bigger were referring to full-time equivalents. If they're now saying that they are full-time equivalents, then some of the ratios between those and GVA are just completely wrong.
If we take in the first table, year 10, we see a figure for bigger economics, 250 for the local area, 453 for Highland, and 684 for Scotland. See where I'm looking? I'm looking in the first table where the box was marked bigger, and you've got year 1, year 5, year 10. And then I read across local area, Highland and Scotland. I just want to understand, do the larger figures always include the figures below? So does Highland include the local area and does Scotland include them both?
Well, yes and no, because it depends on displacement. So the local area is within Highland, which is why the Highland figure is higher. But there is some displacement within Highland. So, for example, when I was speaking to the professional and others at Nairn...
Can you just take your time?
Sorry, at Nairn about whether Coul would be positive or negative, they saw it both ways. They realised that they will lose some trade because if people are staying in Inverness, say, for 4 nights, might currently be going to Dornoch one night, Castle Stewart one day, and Nairn one day, somewhere else a day. If they instead, on that same trip, go to Coul, then they might lose trade. But on the other hand, there's the aspect of people coming, as was discussed earlier, to the north of Scotland rather than somewhere else in Scotland. And in that case, Nairn might gain. So these 3 areas, to some extent, overlap, but in another way, they take displacement into account differently.
So does this make the business of prediction rather difficult?
Yes, I mean, prediction is incredibly difficult in any case. And my figures here are quite precise. So, for example, my year 5 figure for the local area is 79. Now, that's just because I used a mathematical way of getting there. I would much rather, in a way, say, well, it's about 80. But even there, when you're making these kind of estimates, then 80 really means, well, it could be 60, it could be 100. You know, you can't be that accurate.
Turn the page to page 3, if you would. At 2.5, you say, the biggest difference between my projections and Biggers are in the overall Scotland impacts, which in my analysis are lower than the Highland impacts because of the effect that Coul would be expected to have on the locational balance of golfing holidays in Scotland to the benefit of Highland Regional. I just want to understand that term, locational balance.
Comes back to the question about it could be American golfers, say, flying into Glasgow and back again, or it could be people from other parts of the UK who don't seem to have got mentioned earlier, but they're going to be a very important market, coming up from, let's say, the south of England. Now, they I think quite often will stay in two different areas. So if we're talking about clusters, they may stay for 2 or 3 days in the St Andrews area and 2 or 3 days somewhere else. Now, there are a lot of really good courses in Scotland, as again was discussed earlier. Sorry, yeah. But if Coul Links can get a reputation as being one of the best courses, not even just in the UK but in the world, if it does achieve that, add that to Dornoch, that is going to be a strong pull for Highland compared with other parts of Scotland. So someone who might previously have gone to Ayrshire for the second part of their trip, or maybe Aberdeenshire, they will come to Highland instead to play at Dornoch and Coul and other places. So within Scotland, there will be quite a lot of displacement.
You don't run away in this evidence from Mr. Good's conclusion that this course, if it's developed as it's aspired to develop, will be a magnet for these golfing visitors.
Well, my figure of 79 full-time equivalent jobs is actually a lot. It's not 79 people. If you take a typical tourist job in the summer, which is when most of the golfers will come, it might be half a job or it might be a quarter of a job. So we're not just talking about 80 people here, we might be talking about 200 people, 300 people. So it's a lot for the local area.
Just look, Mr. Westbrook, could we please at what this might depend on? Now, let's think first about marketing and selling points, can we? You heard Mr. Good talk about the Kaiser effect, and you've read what Bigger Economics and he have had to say about that. What is your perception of the wisdom of essentially predicating or founding a project on someone's reputation? Sorry, a combination of Kaiser and Coor and Crenshaw.
Well, I think it would depend on how that translates into rankings. There was in the top 100 of golf courses, Golf Digest most recently, Castle Stewart, it said, made its entry. So it took quite a few years for it to get there through reputation building up, even though the Scottish Open as a major event had been held there quite early on in its life. So it does take time. So if Coul Links can get into the top echelon, as it were, that's where it's going to attract additional visitors. So in as far as the Kaiser effect goes, that will be one factor, particularly in America. I doubt it means anything to people in the rest of the UK, but it could be, it will obviously be promoted as being one of the reasons why Coul Links is a top-class course. So there'll be a range of factors, and again, we're not only talking about American and UK visitors at NEM, we're increasingly seeing people from a whole range of countries that are coming in the summer. So that Kaiser effect will probably be limited to a certain number of people in America. But, Bigger are talking about, by year 10, a third of 20,000 people who wouldn't have otherwise come to Scotland. That's 6,000 people. That's enormous.
And is it a realistic ambition, that?
Well, I don't think it is anything like, no. I mean, if you ask people, if someone asked me whether if they were suddenly to build a really good course in America, would that make a difference to whether I would go on a golfing holiday to America?
Slow down.
Well, it wouldn't.
Slow down again, please.
It wouldn't, and I wouldn't, if I spoke to 10 or 20 other people, asked them the same question, I can't see any of them would say it made a difference. No. You're talking about Scotland that's got a massive number of golf courses that are world-class already. So that's why I think the bigger figure of a third is so high. But the sense checking as well, if I can just make the point there about this 600 just in round figures in relation to 3,000. Supposing you took 5 other really good courses in Scotland and suddenly closed them. If they were the same as Coul and they all had impacts of 600 as well, that would wipe out all golf tourism in Scotland. So what about the other 100 top class courses? It's an absurd ratio.
Is sense checking a process, or is it simply you applying your judgment and many years of experience?
Well, it's something I do in all the work I do. I mean, you might be amazed at the number of economic impact reports I see that different people have produced on a whole range of subjects that aren't sense checked, and you just start with a sense check. And that's, as I say, that's how I came into this. I sense checked the bigger figure, and I thought that can't be right, so I did my own calculations.
Think about organising golf trips from the United States. Mr. Good talked about buddy trips, men travelling without their families, then people travelling with their families. How is most golf tourism organised?
Well, there's a very wide range of types of people who come in different ways. I mean, at Nairn, we get quite a lot of visitors on small buses. Perigolf are one of the main providers, and Nairn teams up with other courses, including Dornoch, to offer something to these people. Perigolf advertise packages that include staying at the King's Mills Hotel in Inverness, and going to other courses that they've got arrangements with. I suspect that it's quite important for these golf companies to be able to book tee times well in advance. I don't know what it's like now, but a few years ago, if you wanted to play at St Andrews, you needed to book 3 years in advance. So if, as it looks like, Dornoch is pretty full, if you want to offer somebody around at Dornoch and around at Coul, you may well have to book that a long time in advance before you've even got a customer, knowing that you will get those customers. But
does that happen? The agents are booking tee times for their customers without actually having customers?
Well, I imagine that will be the case if they are confident that they're going to get it. I know that usually if you're trying to book in advance, you do have to pay at the time rather than paying when you come.
Yes, but that may not be impossible for a prosperous agent, because he knows he can sell the tea time in due course.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Help me, please, with page 6 of your inquiry report, which is entitled Dead Weight and Displacement. Mm-hmm. I want you to know, please, what message you want the reporters to take from this page.
Well, the point, in terms of dead weight, the point is that impact should be employment that's created that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So you need to, if you're looking at what will happen at Coul Links, let's say in 5 years after it opens, you need to take a view on what the situation would have been otherwise. So that's kind of dead weight. If displacement is then, as I've mentioned before and has been discussed earlier, choosing to play one course or one set of courses rather than another. And that's something that people, when they're looking at impact, tend to underestimate. So you'll see a press release that supermarket can open and create 200 jobs. No, actually in Scotland it's probably going to lose jobs. There might well be 200 jobs created, but the loss of trade of all other traders will probably exceed 200, and that's the way productivity increases. So displacement is extremely important.
Well, now, if we think about the aspirations for Coul as expressed in the applicant's paperwork, what do you think is realistic? And let's assume for that question that the course is successfully constructed according to the design and that it is at least good enough to get into the rankings eventually.
Well, one issue I have with that particular question is that I haven't seen a business plan or a summary of the business plan from the actual developer. Now, usually, if I'm doing an impact study on something, I've got a business plan to work with, and then I can work out the impacts from that. My impression from the bigger report is that they haven't seen a business plan either, because they're making estimates on things like what the staff of the golf course would earn. Now, if there was what I would call a full business plan, they would know what that was. They wouldn't have to guess it. So it makes the situation a bit difficult when you haven't got that information. You can disentangle things and work out things and compare them with other places much more readily if you've got a business plan.
You haven't seen one?
Sorry?
You have not seen one?
I haven't seen one, and an impression I got from the bigger report is that they also hadn't seen what I would call the right kind of business plan.
You've told us that you play golf at Nairn. Are you a regular golfer, Mr. Westbrook?
I'll play 2 or 3 times a week.
Have you done that for many years?
40.
Apart from playing at Nairn, do you play elsewhere in the region?
Well, I played at Dornoch quite a lot. When friends come up from south of England, I take them up there and we play. That's the kind of market that doesn't tend to be looked at here, but actually is quite an important market. And some of those are day trips, so there isn't the tourism expenditure, but also it's not where someone does stay overnight. It's not the same as a group of Americans coming over and spending a lot of money in the evening in a hotel. So my experience is that the bigger breakdown of rounds at Dornoch, where they break it down into members, guests, and other visitors, is a bit unrealistic because they don't take account of people like me who go up and play, people who are playing competitions, matches between their seniors and other seniors. There's a whole lot of these things happen during the year that are not in biggest figures. So it's a much more complex thing. The other thing I can't get my head around is, in terms of round numbers, is that everybody? Because when I play Nairn in the summer, I'll go out at 7:30 at night, and so will quite a lot of other people. We don't sign in. No one knows we're on the course. There's no camera recording the fact that we're there. So a lot of these figures that I see on Dornoch and other courses, I don't really know what they mean. When you work out the numbers per year, they're too low. In other words, a lot of members are playing a lot. 50 members playing 200 times a year is 10,000 rounds. Yeah. So a lot of these figures are fairly meaningless, actually.
The proposition is advanced that so attractive will Coul links be that United States, American and Canadian golfers may be induced to extend their stays. Do you consider that to be likely?
Well, the bigger analysis assumes that a third of the visitors, or 45% of the visitors in year one, reducing to 33% by year 10, will extend their stays. And that's just not how people's holidays work. If you're going somewhere and you're booking in advance, you'll book a flight there and a flight back, so that means you're staying there for 7 days. You can't extend it by a day. If you're coming up from the south of England, you're booking, you're going to play golf in Scotland. You may go to one course rather than another, but you're not going to extend your stay again. It just doesn't happen. So to think that's 1 in 3 gives actually then, that's one of the reasons that the overall impact is too high. That just isn't the way that people work. The only kind of thing I can think of is that if someone's coming up from the south of England and they're playing a few courses in England, in north of England, then a few courses in Scotland, they may just swap 1 day in Scotland for 1 day in England, but that's more likely to benefit the south of Scotland rather than the far north. So I think that bigger assumption of that 45% initially of people would extend their stay just isn't at all how people plan their holidays.
So I think you have no more questions for Mr. Westbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. What's the thought now, Ms. Wilson? Is it your preference to start cross-examination now or to leave it till tomorrow afternoon?
It's almost a rhetorical question. I think you'll feel, putting it to me, you'll know that as we had a 9 o'clock start this morning, so I prefer to start tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, that would be, because Mr.
Sorry, I mean, go back to the inquiry tomorrow and take Mr. Westbrook in the afternoon.
And that suits you, Mr. Westbrook, yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Anything else we need to discuss before we close? Yes, can we also first discuss the timing? Is everyone happy to start at 9 tomorrow?
I don't think we'll need to, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Campbell, are you unhappy with 9 o'clock as a start?
I'm not unhappy with it, but I would prefer to start at 9:30. It's entirely selfish request. It's just easier that way. But I don't think we're under terrible pressure now because we have 2.5 witnesses tomorrow. That's quite achievable in a day.
Let's just look at the witnesses we have to hear from tomorrow. So we have Councillor McGillivray, if you like, it was left over from the local area community groups block earlier in the week. We then have Mrs. Duhigg. We have Mr. Mackay for Scotways, and then Mr. Haspel, but only if required. So,
Mr. Mackay will be short, I would guess. And I don't know what your plans are for Mrs. Duhigg, but it's not a very long recognition. What she's saying is what it is. But I don't think it doesn't feel to me, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we have any of those are long witnesses. What's your feeling on that, Ms. Wilson?
I would generally agree with the morning witnesses that there won't be much time spent in cross-examination, but I would point out that as far as Mr. Haspel's concerned, it's not just down to Mr. Campbell to decide whether he'll be questioned, because it's Mr. Mackay too who has that choice and option.
Okay, I think I'd like to go for safety first and start at 9, even if that if we find we can get away half an hour early. That wouldn't be an entirely bad outcome. Just before we go, there's just one matter I need to discuss with Mr. Liu, if you'll just bear with me. Yes, I was just going to mention that we've received a letter or an email this afternoon which appears to be a communication between SEPA and SNH, which bears on the car licence and perhaps other aspects of hydrology. We've not had the chance to read it or consider it. What we're proposing to do, if you're happy with this, is to ask the office to circulate it as soon as possible, and then all of us can pick it up tomorrow morning and see what to do with it. I don't know what occasioned the email, so I've got no background to give you on it.
Well, certainly, sir, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know anything about it. So.
It's news to everyone then. Right. And clearly, Mr. Campbell, it's news to you as well, isn't it? Okay, well, we'll get the office to circulate that as soon as they can, and then we can pick that up tomorrow and see what we need to do, if anything, in response to it. Anything to discuss before we close? No? Okay, well, thank you all very much. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.